Étincelle, fragment essentiel, éclat, clarté, ardent regard, vigilant, heure du néant, existentielle, splendeur de l'arc-en-ciel, sentinelle, va-et-vient rétinien, sereine ton arrêt assassin, libre le vent délivre ton cœur, aérienne ton élan et sans peur. Ciel, ton chagrin annuel t'ôte l'éternel, éveille, veilleuse. Attends la toile s'efface dans le temps. Existentiel, splendeur
Hello. Hello, hello. I have no idea what is going on with this vertical app stuff. I don't know why it's not working. Hi. No, I have food up here, kitty. Please don't. Um, Let me fix the chat. Hold on. Also, geez, it's dark in here. Uh, there we go. Um, uh, there. Pisco uploaded his debate. Yeah, I know. I watched that when it was live. I don't know if I really want to watch it again because it was just kind of. Why the F do you have wallpaper of the Al Aqsa Mosque? It's not just of that, it's also of the Wailing Wall. It's of Jerusalem. It's of like the whole Temple Mount, this whole area. I absolutely did not. Fuck that. Fuck religion. Um yeah, I have no idea why this stupid thing does not work. And I mean, apparently this means that the stream status is poor, so I don't know. I mean, I guess I'll just leave it until I figure it out. It's also the Dome of the Rock. Clinton, do you know you have blocked out the woman's side of the wall? I didn't. This is just the picture that I found. Um, is there like a divider? Or like it's further over or something? Yeah, it's over here. Um, I mean, I can do that, but I'm not gonna troubleshoot in the middle of the stream because that's cringe. So I'm just gonna turn this off for now. And I'll figure it out later. Um, yeah, I don't wanna. I heard Shapiro got into politics because someone at his college compared Ariel Sharon to Eichmann. Yeah, I know I did that on stream, but that was in hindsight, part of me feels like that was a mistake because it took me forever to actually do that. And then I was basically just listening to stuff. I'm not very good at multitasking, you guys. It's an like I know that people who have ADHD are supposed to be amazingly good at multitasking, but I'm pretty bad at it. Like if I put something on as like background noise or whatever while I'm playing video games, I don't absorb everything that's being said in the same way as I would if I like went for a walk and listened to it, or if I was just giving it my full attention to comment on it like I do when I'm streaming. So yeah. Um but so we're gonna watch the Shapiro versus Newsom debate. And I just want to say, I really hope that this time, I hope that Gavin actually has his shit together. And U.S. carriers are headed to the Gulf. Like I believe that the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is supposedly heading to the Gulf, or at least that is what Epic said yesterday. And I feel like he would know. Please get down, sir. At least for now. You can come back later. I just want to eat my food without, we're one day closer to do's. Oh, I haven't. Listen, I used to be like really into like I used to really enjoy like the Marvel stuff. And I mean I still do to an extent. Like I'm like a huge nerd. I've even read some of the comics, but like the problem is that I feel like I feel like after a while it just became too much. Like there were too many movies that you needed to watch in order to keep up with what the hell was going on, and it just became, yeah, it just became way too much, you know. Like I think that The Winter Soldier is probably one of the better ones, or it's probably my favorite Marvel movie. And I think they did a really good job adopting the comic book upon which it was based, but I just didn't I don't know. It took me for years. It was only a few months ago that I actually went back and finished watching everything up until Endgame, because I just hadn't done that. Um like it took me a while to even watch Doctor Strange, for example. I stopped going to see all those movies in theater a while ago. But yeah, I finally, and like I don't know, it was fine. I didn't hate it, I guess. There were certain issues that I didn't, there were some things I didn't like about it, but whatever. It was all like pretty epic shit and whatnot. And I was going to continue to watch some of the other stuff that came after that, but then I just never did. Um, and I don't know if I will. I don't know how much I care. I mean, a part of me wants to go see the new Captain America movie, like the one that just came out with where Sam is Captain America now, and maybe I might do that. Maybe I might watch that eventually, but there's so many movies that I need to get around to watching. Because that I don't go to the theater very much anymore. I used to only go to the movie theater like maybe 4 or 5 times a year. But I think since COVID, I've basically not gone at all. The last movie I went to see was Mad Max Furiosa, which was pretty good, but god damn was it nowhere near as good as Fury Road, which is one of my favorite action movies. Um, I didn't go see like, I haven't really been to the movies. Oh wait, no, and I went to see Nuremberg, but I mean I don't know if that counts to the same degree because it was on like a little art house, you know. Um, but you know, I maybe one day I'll watch Thunderbolts. I don't know. Um, maybe one day, but Fury Road was great because Gibson wasn't in it. I mean, I think it's cool that they're all are still directed by the same dude, like basically written and directed by the same guy. Um, and like yeah, I don't know, like Furiosa was all right. It could have been better, but it wasn't terrible. I guess it was a Mad Max movie still, you know, even if Max wasn't in it. It still had that same vibe. It just didn't that the action just didn't hit me in the same way as Fury Road did. Uh, but yeah, I haven't really I don't really go to the movies that much anymore, and part of the reason for that is because I'm just gonna flex a little bit here because I can't help it. Okay, um, hold on. Part of the reason for that, oh, I'll fix that in a second, is because of this. You see that? You see that thing? That thing right there? Yeah. It's because I basically have a movie theater in my living room with surround sound. And so there's really no reason to go to the movies, you know. Um yeah, I've had that thing for years and I will frequently watch television and everything. Sometimes I play video games on it too because I hooked the computer up to it. So if I'm using a controller, then I'll play video games on it quite frequently, you know. Um Nuremberg was good, the movie was okay. I thought the movie was pretty decent. There were some not great things about it, but you know. I also watch YouTube on the projector as well too. Hell, sometimes I'll even watch people's streams because why the hell not, you know? Um, was Nuremberg historically accurate? Kinda. Some of it was. Like, not everything. Um, could have been more, but you know. Um, it could have been more. I mean, what they did was is they kind of misinterpreted kind of a bunch of stuff about it, or rather they took things about it and they sort of reinterpreted what those things were in order to like for the sake of their theme, which was kind of not really. But like, I mean, I could spoil the whole movie if y'all don't care. Um, they also left out some stuff too. Like there were some iconic moments from the trial that they did kind of leave out. I think they took liberties, yeah. Like yeah, there were a few. Um, I mean, yeah, they did exaggerate Kelly's role and downplay the role of the other therapist. Also, I believe that they were actually working together, and it wasn't the case where like all that drama with Kelly kind of was kind of fabricated. The um, the other guy who committed suicide in his cell, I can't remember his name now. God damn it, I had it. I think it was a doctor. He that happened. He actually did commit suicide. Yes, Kelly was also never fired. All of that stuff was just for drama. I don't really care that much. Yeah, yeah, Robert Lay, I think was his name. I don't care that much about that stuff. No, it wasn't Mengele. Mengele was never captured, Bomber. He died in Argentina. The Mossad almost got him, but they never did. They didn't make it to him in time, and he was dead. Eichmann was the one that they got. No, the guy who killed himself in his Nuremberg cell. It was Robert Lay. Um, Hold on. Let me fix this crap. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it like that. I don't care. I think that was his name. Yeah. Lay was captured by American paratroopers. He died by suicide on October 1945 while awaiting trial at Nuremberg for trial. Yeah, this guy actually did kill himself. I actually did not know that, and I learned it from the movie. But there was what else did they get wrong? I mean, obviously they left out some things. It was very obvious. I think that the issue that I had really is they definitely exaggerate. Not only did they exaggerate Kelly's role, but they also like kind of turned the whole movie into this thing so that they could use it. Oh yeah, I mean, well, Goering did speak English. That was true, actually. I did check that, but he didn't speak English at the trial. He spoke German, and he listened in, like in the footage you can hear him listening into his headset. He did wear sunglasses, and he kind of sat there passively in his seat. All that stuff is true. um there's also a famous oh, they also kind of like they introduced the Rudolf Hess plot, and then they basically forgot about it. Like there wasn't really, they just didn't do anything with it. They didn't like go back to say like he was faking it or he wasn't, and they kind of didn't, it was not, it didn't really matter. I also don't believe that Hess, when he saw Goering, like instinctively did the Sieg Heil thing either. Um, but like there was one moment from the trial that I always thought was kind of funny, where when at the beginning, when the defendants were all supposed to get up and give their pleas, Hess stands up, and he walks up to the microphone, and I mean, and he's looking all like, rough and stuff, and he just says nine. Like, he doesn't even say no, or like, not guilty or anything. He just says no, to kind of drive home this notion that he's crazy. Um and okay, see you later in a sec, Palmer of Doom. Yeah, he didn't speak at the trial, which makes sense because the trial was being broadcast for German people, and he also would have wanted the Germans to hear what he was saying too, because he wanted the whole thing to be, he would have wanted the whole thing to be discredited and stuff. It also did take him a bit, like it wasn't like it was easy to get him to admit stuff. And there was definitely stuff at the trial as well too, that or like the movie quoted verbatim from some of the transcripts, like when when Jackson, the prosecutor, when he asked is Adolf Hitler dead at the beginning, like that is how that was a line of questioning that they went down. And I mean, yeah, there was a whole bunch of interesting stuff. Hess also later on like came out of the hole and like said he wasn't crazy, and he did get sentenced to life in prison. Oh, I think they might have. I think they completely left Albert Speer out of the movie too. I don't remember if he was even in there, which is kind of unfortunate. There was a whole bunch of stuff that I also didn't really like the way that they addressed the Holocaust, because that I they kind of they didn't basically like I guess they felt like they didn't need to say it. They felt like they didn't need to say that they weren't just labor camps. This is where all the people are going to die or whatever, or like people were going to their deaths. And in real life, they actually had a former Sonderkommando who was at Treblinka, who testified at the trial, and it would have been neat to include that. But instead, they went with the usual the showing of the film, with the film that was taken out of the liberated camps, which obviously, like, that was very horrific too, because they showed that movie at the trial. But there was way more testimony and stuff. So I mean, the movie kind of condensed everything. And then they tried to make it at the end about like Kelly basically Kelly was an alcoholic, and he did I don't and he had problems with that, and he did commit suicide, but not for the reasons that the movie stated. It wasn't because that he was super sad and frustrated with the fact that nobody would heed his warning that anybody could become an evil monster dictator, or that it could happen here, which is obviously, like, it was meant to be like a sort of message or a lesson about like modern day America and shit. Which was kind of cringe because they were a bit ham-fisted with it, and I mean, on the one hand, like, that's not necessarily a bad message to push, but on the other hand, I don't really like it when in movies they have like the little title card or the text at the end that explains a bunch of stuff, and then they just kind of blatantly lie about historical figures in it, which is basically what they did. Did you watch Babylon Berlin? No. Yeah, Carl Donitz was there for like 5 minutes, and then he wasn't. Um, I think that Albert Speer is a little bit more interesting though, because that he came from a wealthy background, and he was, like, I guess, a little bit more of an intellectual than the other Nazis were, and that was, I think, one of the reasons why he managed to escape death, even though there is no way that he did not know about the camps. Absolutely no way whatsoever. He was the Minister of Armaments. I cannot see that he didn't know about the extermination camps, given that Auschwitz ran the Monowitz factory, which had a bunch of slave labor in it for like making armaments for IG Farben. Like, there's no fucking way that he didn't know about that. But he pretended that he didn't know, and that was like the lie that he pushed. And but he managed to like get off, because I just don't think that I just don't think anybody knew. I don't know about Babylon Berlin. Oh, there was another when I was at the theater, they also had a trailer for about Leni Riefenstahl, which I need to, for a movie about her that I really need to watch. It was a documentary that was released ages ago. Oh, nice. I'm glad that wait, was that on Kick? I'm back. It was a terrible sausage. I'm so sorry. Oh, it was on Kick. Sweet. I'm glad that works. It seems like everything is working again. By the way, if people want to subscribe to me on Kick, you are welcome to do so. I will eventually get because that works. Twitch? No, that was a Kick notification. I'm not streaming on Twitch. Ben Newsom, okay, Ben Shapiro on the chaos within the GOP and grading Trump's second term. I really
either you uphold the principle or you don't.
I really hope that Gavin doesn't like dog walk, or doesn't like, basically, that he's not like super nice to Ben here. That would suck. He needs to be more are we all switching to Kick? No, 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 you guys don't have to switch to Kick. You can stay on YouTube. YouTube is, listen, I want to like Kick, but Kick's mobile app is absolutely dog shit. And I would say that a large portion of the time when I'm listening to streams, it's on mobile. And Kick still does not have background playback on their goddamn mobile. Oh, sorry for being unrelated, but any thoughts on the Chinese EVs entering the Canadian vehicle market? I mean, on the one hand, it's probably not a bad thing because more EVs is better, but on the other hand, I don't know if I trust that. Yes, it's Governor Gavin Newsom of California, Bomber. He has a podcast. Yeah, I don't know that I trust the Chinese EVs, or like, I guess, their quality or any of that, but I guess we'll see what happens. Because it's not like we've got like Canadian made cars up and down here. Wait, I feel dumb. Is this? I don't think I'm mad that he has a podcast. I mean, as it doesn't seem to, sometimes people have podcasts. Also, I don't think that he hold on, let's see how often he produces episodes. Oh, okay, it looks like this is all over the place. Oh wait, no, it's once a week. He releases one once a week. So I don't think that's bad. Like, if he does one interview a week. So it sounds like he's not skirting his responsibilities as governor to fucking like do a daily podcast or something. The problem with Trump's, or with the interview with perk of working from home, I get to nap during the day. The downside of working from home, I wake up to random parts of stream and don't know what time it is. Bro, Speedy Taco, what the fuck kind of job do you have where you're allowed to work from home and you can literally like take naps during the day? When I was working from home, it was one of those things where you constantly had to be on the clock and you always had to be ready and you couldn't like lollygag or do whatever. But I'm guessing that like you guys must have good work from home jobs. Although if I manage to turn this into a job, then I can say I work from home too and can basically do whatever. Remote product manager. Oh, okay. Cyber, they call me if there's an emergency. Oh, nice. I have a doggy daycare. Okay, that's based. Sometimes I wonder if I could be a dog walker. Anyway, let's fucking go.
Either you uphold the principle or you don't uphold the principle. If you don't uphold the principle, I'm going to call you out for not upholding the principle. On his epitaph, it will read 45th and 47th presidents of the United States. He said a lot of shit.
Sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates. You move to a state that has higher insurance rate, higher car insurance, not just home insurance, has higher property taxes, many of these red states.
And I think that we should start from a position in the United States of gratitude and recognition that we live in a free country where the vast majority of decisions are your own.
This is Gavin.
Are we gonna get fucking what is it, bootstraps memes? Probably, because Ben Shapiro is ridiculously stupid about that shit. I hate when Admiral Gibbs did that bootstrap garbage. Vosh is already complaining about Newsom cucking to Shapiro. Yeah, well, that's... Wait, Chase, are you watching Vosh at the same time as you're watching me? What are you doing? How dare you, sir? What the fuck? No, his stream is called that. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Oh, actually, wait, Chase, you're also on mobile, aren't you? Because I guess, like, you don't have a computer or something? That's fucked up, Chase. It's disgusting. Listen, you know what? I will forgive Chase for his obsession with Vosh, although I wish that he would shift it over to like, I don't know, a more relevant left-wing creator, because that or something, because that like, or if he would like pay more attention to more relevant left-wing creators. Because that I do appreciate when Chase brings me brain rot or slop to react to. If it's not boring, this is the same old shit, you know? Like, Chase, why don't you hate watching Hassan? Okay, I'm just kidding. I know you don't actually watch Vosh. You just bring me or Loner Vosh shit to watch. And I only watch it like maybe 5% of the time, because the rest of the time it's usually just about the same garbage. Okay, let's go.
Newsom.
And this is Ben Shapiro.
All right, Ben Shapiro, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I love it. All the way from Florida. We'll get to that in a moment.
Hey, you seem a little bit spicy about it.
Yeah,
a little salty.
Well, you know, Texas, that would have been more spicy. But you know, especially, come on, you're a Hollywood kid, at least Hollywood adjacent. You're a Burbank kid.
Born and bred in born in St. Joe's in Burbank.
I love that.
And
what year? 1984. And you went. You know, and it's interesting because.
What? Is he the same age as me? Was he born in the same year as I was? This is disgusting. Ah. Now I feel... I just need a minute, okay? Ah! Okay, I'm back now. That's so awful. What the fuck? Okay, I'm just kidding. Jesus Christ, though. I don't know. God, I'm old. But I mean, Ben Shapiro is, you know what? Unfortunately, I'm thinking back now to Destiny's conversation with Ben Shapiro and the frustration that he expressed afterwards about the fact that he was too nice to him. And then the fact that he basically did not, he didn't feel the need to, or that Ben Shapiro wouldn't talk to him again after he had this realization. And none of these other people would talk to him again either, which means that it's very unlikely that Gavin Newsom's going to go hard on Ben Shapiro. Because why would he? Like, because like, basically if he did that, he wouldn't be able to talk to him again. And he would probably look unhinged and I don't know. Hey, ZJM, did you know Ben is related to the Matilda actress? I did not. Oh, nice. Good job, Toby. That sounds nice, at least. Also, shit, I forgot to announce. I should announce. I'm just gonna let this go.
You were sort of middle-class family, grew up, and got a new book we're going to get to in a moment, Lions and Scavengers. But in that, you talk about your home, where I think 6 members of your family living in a 2-bedroom home, 1 bathroom, Burbank, California, and you describe it, at least briefly, as pretty bucolic, huh?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. I mean, Burbank was a great place to grow up. It was like kids playing in the street, and I had the greatest privilege of all, right? I'm an American, growing up in the greatest country in the history of the world, and I've got a 2-parent household. My parents love each other, and they take care of us, and they're able to make a middle-class income. My mom started off as a secretary and worked her way up to become vice president of a small film and TV company. My dad came out here to be a composer, and he ended up playing piano at a restaurant on Ventura Boulevard, I believe. It was in... or actually, it was in across from Universal Studios. It was the Michelli's over there. And I've never been.
And he was, like a 5-night-a-week piano guy.
A couple nights a week, he'd go in there and play jazz piano because he'd been playing since he was 14, and so that's how I grew up.
I just want to say I can already see Vosh watching this and just being enraged over the fact that these 2 people are talking to each other like human beings. Because to him, Ben Shapiro is not a human being. To him, Ben Shapiro is a demon who wants all the underprivileged people dead. And I mean, I suppose, like, given that Ben Shapiro like wants to take away trans rights and he hates gay people, I can understand why people would feel that way. I mean, hell, there are some women's rights that he wants to take away too. Yeah. Oh no, I know he is. Ben Shapiro is pretty evil. Although in some ways, I also think Ben Shapiro is pretty sad and pathetic because it like he's basically, like it's like Loner said. What the fuck was the what was it that he said? Like, first they came for the gays, first they came for the, and then they came for the trans people, and then they came for the blacks, and I said, based, get shagged, libtard. But now he's mad that they're coming for the Jews. And like these are the same people that he essentially like ran cover for, because that he demonstrated this so well in his conversation with Ezra Klein that I remember listening to Destiny listen to like a few weeks ago, where he essentially said it was something to the effect of like Ben Shapiro basically demonstrated that he has no charity for the left wing, and he basically is afraid that they're coming for our way of life, or for his way of life, for like traditional Americans' way of life, because he and Michael Knowles and all these other like fucking religious right social conservative dipshits, this is what these people are all scared of like the liberal degeneracy taking over. Ben Shapiro is an amalgamate. He is like the classic example of that, of like the conservatives in the Weimar Republic who were like, Hitler's better than the alternative. That Austrian corporal will quickly look after him. We'll be able to like use him. He's not super intelligent. He's just him and his band of thugs. We're just it's just better. It's better than like the socialists or the social democrats. Ugh. Yeah, and it's just I don't know. Like it's the same shit. And yes, 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 Chase, good catch, Chase. Hindenburg called Hitler the Austrian corporal, or von Papen, or basically any of the conservatives who bent over, or any of the conservative businessmen, or any of these people who were like, you know what, the Nazis are still preferable to like people on the left. Because all these people were so fucking scared of socialism. I mean, hell, you could make the same argument about like the liberals and the conservatives in the in Italy. I've actually been learning. I need to finish watching it, but I started watching that TV show Mussolini, Son of Century, and then of course I went and started reading about Mussolini, and now I actually feel like I understand quite a bit more about him than I did before. Mussolini was actually really interesting because earlier on, during his career, his mistress, I think her name was Margarita or Marguerite. She was a she was a Jew, and she was like she was kind of like almost his political advisor. She wrote like a book about him, and she was a journalist, I think. Kalinda Far Right Arc begins. No, he didn't. No, I think her name was Marguerite. I can't remember actually. It was some Italian. I cannot recall. But yeah, but I thought that was interesting that like, yeah, she was a Jew, and he was and he, yeah, but she believed in all these ideas that he had about like the early fascist stuff. The early fascist ideas were not like, it wasn't the kind of that's why Nazism is distinctly different from Italian fascism, because it didn't focus as much on race in the same way that Nazism did. Although once Mussolini teamed up with Hitler and Italy was pressured into enacting its own race laws, then she had to run away and leave the country. Also, of course, as she got older and as he got older, Mussolini started cheating on her with younger women. He had like a whole bunch of mistresses, and he was married and he had children too, but he basically cheated on his wife like the entire fucking time. So yeah. Mussolini targeted Slavs more. Yeah, I think that I recall, like, he had his own concept of like living space that he wanted to pursue as well. And part of that was definitely about, it was definitely related to wanting to take back Fiume, which was a area that was that was in the Balkans that Italy used to control, and they were like fighting over it. So yeah, I could see why he hated Slavs. Or rather, I can see not like why, but like why he felt like they were a justifiable scapegoat. Although I don't know if they were like that big of a scapegoat. Yeah, I'd actually be curious to like I don't know too much about like the relationship between Mussolini and Hitler in terms of like although I know that later on Hitler bailed him out, but yeah, I'm not overly familiar with what he thought of that. Mussolini also started his career working for an anarchist newspaper. He had a yeah, he did. Yeah, that was something. He fought in World War One too. Um and he had the brown shirts and all of that. Like there was definitely some similarities. But one of the things that happened is that the communists in Italy were they were actually different than the KPD. They were like more reformist socialists who I'm not even sure if they were really like necessarily friendly with the USSR or what have you in the same way as the KPD was. Like I don't know that the KPD took orders from Stalin, probably because that during that because Mussolini came to power in the 1920s. Like I think the March on Rome was in 1923, I think, or 22. And like he didn't actually, let's look it up. Hold on. Welcome to my stream where we just go off on random historical tangents. Oh, okay, yeah, October 1922. Yeah, I kept thinking of I knew it was before the Beer Hall Putsch because the Beer Hall Putsch was inspired by this. Oh, also, Mussolini did not actually go on the march itself, but he did pose for photos with his friends, with like with his dudes for the propaganda. Um, but he didn't actually go on the march. And basically like once he got there the king essentially like appointed him, but they were getting ready to fight back, so he did the same thing Trump did. Yeah, kind of, yeah, except here it actually worked. They were actually like the Italian government, they wanted to fight back against him and they drafted a decree so that they could get the troops out there so that they could do it, but the king had to sign that decree, and like at the last second he basically refused to do it. And he was just like, you know what, I'm just going to give it to him. And he just made Mussolini the prime minister instead because he was too afraid. Um, and yeah, yeah, he persuaded Facta to resign. Facta was the prime minister that had previously been appointed by the king, because the king would appoint the prime minister. But there were elections in Italy, and Mussolini did stand in the elections, but he always lost until he got invited to join the coalition of Giolitti, who was a liberal. So, I mean, it's funny because when people say liberals always side with fascists, I don't know if they're thinking of Italy, because I feel like Italy is probably one of the only examples of that you can really think of. Like people might cite the Spartacist uprising, but that one's really kind of bullshit. And I feel like the only time that really works is in Italy, and even there you have to keep the historical context in mind. I mean, this was the Russian Revolution was only a few years prior in 1917. People were very afraid of communism, and Mussolini's ideology was new, even though he wasn't like necessarily a he wasn't really a it's not like he hid the kind of shit that he believed in. But I mean, I can kind of see why, and also because like people were quite scared of the communists in Italy too. So I can kind of understand maybe why they would, but like I feel like still that's not like a great excuse. And also to his credit, Giolitti realized not long later on, like he realized that that it was a bad idea to basically allow the fascists to get into a position where they could serve in the Italian government, because he essentially let them in. I've seen conservatives cite Mussolini as somehow being proof of fascism being left. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, because Mussolini because Mussolini was an ex-communist. He actually got kicked out of the Communist Party for being pro-war because he was in favor of World War I. And he wanted to go fight in it, and they ejected him. No, it's gum. was talking about Life is Beautiful today. Coincidence? I don't really like that movie, honestly, although I understand that it was trying. Maybe I should watch it again, but I just couldn't get past how ridiculous it all was. Oh yeah, he was socially conservative. As he cheated on his wife. It's a bad movie. We all came to that consensus. I mean, I just think it's bad because like, goddamn, the history is terrible. Anyway, yeah, I need to finish watching Mussolini's Son of Century, because it's pretty good. It's got kind of a weird style to it. But there are aspects of it that I like. Like, I like the fact that Mussolini will basically break the fourth wall and turn to the camera and talk to the viewer and explain shit to them, which I think is a kind of a neat. I've never seen anyone do that in like a historical drama before, and it certainly works a lot better than like ham-fistedly having the characters try to explain a bunch of shit about what Fiume is, or all the various historical contexts that one needs. Some of it's a bit comedic, and like obviously it goes into great detail, and I'm not sure exactly how accurate some of it is, but so far it does seem to like get like the general beats correct. Life is Beautiful is a Holocaust movie, Chase. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. It is a bit dated now, though. Oh yeah, it is Italian. Although I think, it's not in English. Do you think Life is Beautiful? Yes or no? Oh, I mean, Boy in the Striped Pajamas was also really bad too. That one was also dumb. Hello, Zoni. All right, let's continue.
And again, I think that's the American dream: is you start there, and then you end up making a better life for your kids, and they end up making a better life for themselves, and that upward trajectory is.
Let me know if it's going a bit too fast. Apparently, Ben Shapiro does kind of talk fast.
Is kind of what America's all about.
I love it. How many brothers and sisters?
So I have 3 younger sisters.
3 younger sisters.
3 younger sisters.
And were they music? Because you were a violinist.
Right. Yeah. I started playing violin when I was 5, and then I was pretty good. I mean,
was your dad just saying, "You're going, son, you will be"? I mean, they threw that at you and they made you, and you're crying.
No, it definitely wasn't that.
You loved it.
No, I was pretty dedicated to it for sure. I was practicing by the time I was 16, maybe 3 hours a day or something. And then I looked at sort of the life of a musician, and I thought, well, again, that upward trajectory is very difficult, particularly in classical music. And so I thought, maybe I better shift career strategies here. But when I went to UCLA, I went to UCLA for undergrad. When I went to UCLA, I was 16 at the time. My parents didn't want me going out of state for school, so I was living at home because I was 16.
Wow.
And I thought I was going to double major in biology and music, actually. And I got on campus, and
Oh yeah, a tad bit. This is the Destiny speed. It's almost unbearable. All right, hold on. How about this?
found myself kind of drawn to politics, and the rest is.
I want to get back to that a little bit more. How about your sisters? Where do they end up in terms of their professional pursuits and careers?
So all of us grew up obviously here. Only one is still here. I still have one sister who lives in Orange County. I have a couple of sisters who live within a mile and a half of me in Florida. So basically the whole family ended up in Florida. My parents ended up near me in Florida. My in-laws who lived in Sacramento ended up near me in Florida. And there may be some.
No, it's okay. You're welcome.
Reasons for that, Governor.
We'll get to that. We're going to get to all of that and a lot more. I just want to paint the picture a little bit, because
I appreciate it.
Not everybody knows your childhood, but also connected. I mean, as you said, UCLA undergrad, and then your interest.
My wife went to UCLA Medical School. I mean, we're very California embedded.
I love that. And but politics had its calling there. Would you remember sort of a moment or issues, or was politics part of your childhood? Was it part of the conversation around the dinner table? Were your parents politically active?
They weren't super politically active. I would say they were kind of Reagan Republicans. And growing up, we would talk politics in the house. But the thing that sort of sent me in a political.
When you watch young Ben playing Schindler's List on violin, you see a young Jewish boy who could have been a happier man. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is happy. I don't know. He probably is. The issue that I have really is that he's just the shitty thing is that he basically did just sell out. Like, he essentially like sold out a lot of stuff for Trump. In order, or like ran cover or defense for Trump to a degree that I think was pretty disgusting. Like, I think he initially condemned January 6th, and now he basically kind of sweeps it under the rug. Because again, all he cares about is anyone but the Democrats winning. Ain't no way he is happy having to explain that Nick Fuentes is anti-Semitic. I mean, he's probably not happy about that, no.
Direction overtly as I got to college campus at UCLA, and I picked up a copy of the UCLA Daily Bruin, and this is back in the year 2000. There was an editorial from the Bruin editorial board I believe, comparing Ariel Sharon, then the prime minister of Israel, this would have been 2001, I guess, to Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi.
Yeah.
And so I walked in and I said, I'd like to write a counter to that. And that turned into a point-counterpoint column that I would write every week. That became pretty popular. It turned into kind of a normal column. And then I went to my father one day and I said, do you think that my stuff is good enough to be published in like a normal paper? And he said, might be. Let me do some research. So he found this place called Creator Syndicate, again, out of California. And they syndicate a bunch of columns.
Oh yeah, he did build up Candace Owens. But the thing is that I don't know if he realized that that was going to go the way that it did. Why would he care about Sharon? Bomber, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Ben Shapiro is like a, I don't know if I would go as far as to say he's actually, you know what? Fuck it, I will. Ben Shapiro is a fucking Kahanist, okay? Like, Ben Shapiro is racist against the Palestinians, and he made a famous racist tweet ages ago that was something to the effect of like Jews like to build, Arabs like to destroy things and live in open sewage or something. I mean, probably Bomber. He probably was. Because I don't know, like I would imagine it sounds like he probably grew up in like at least somewhat of a conservative family. And like he thinks that like Jews who are not religious are fake Jews, and he's a right-wing like religious Jew, and I'm just gonna say he's a Kahanist because he also thinks that the West Bank and Gaza should just belong to Israel, and his recounting of the history is insanely one-sided. Yeah, he's super conservative. Classic Arabs don't build. My dad would say that, and that they don't do democracy. My dad, whose parents are from Iraq. Yeah, that is pretty funny. He wrote an article in 2007 called The Radical Evil of the Palestinian Population. Yeah, he's racist. He doesn't give out that vibe. Doesn't that belong to settlers, that attitude? I mean, he had, like, I've seen him express, like, these opinions with regards to Israel. I mean, hell, I believe he's even expressed the opinion that Israel should, like, get off America's teat. And he probably feels that way because that America, he probably thinks, is holding Israel back. Judging what has happened in the Gulf the past 15 years, it should be Arabs build ridiculous things. Well, I mean, that should probably just be rich people build ridiculous things. Or it could be Gulf Arabs build ridiculous things, because Gulf Arabs are different from Levantine Arabs. Rich Gulf Arabs build ridiculous things. Or the Arab princes build ridiculous things. I don't know. I think it's more of a rich people thing. That was a common Arab Israeli or Israeli boomer thought about Arab. Yeah, that makes sense. Gulf Arabs is slaves. Oh yeah, that's true. Yes, they don't. Yes, that's correct. Yes. Well, I'll play devil's advocate for one aspect. Saying certain things that match a narrative doesn't mean that he owns the actual narrative. I'm saying this wrong, but you get me, I'm sure. I mean, I guess. I don't know. These are just like things that I've heard him express. Like, I mean, we saw his video, his insanely one-sided history of the Middle East video. Anyway.
Different newspapers around the country. At the time, it was everybody from Molly Ivins on the left to David Limbaugh on the right. And so I applied cold, and they called me 3 weeks later. I was 17, and they said, we'd love you to write a syndicated column. So pretty much all of my bad ideas since I was 17 have been public, which is, an interesting way to live for sure.
So 17, I mean, that's pretty remarkable, that young age. You have a syndicated national column, and a few years later, 20, you have published, what, 2 books by then?
So you're right. My first book came out when I was 20 from, it was sort of an expose of leftism on college campuses. I think some might say it was a little ahead of its time. And then I went to Harvard Law School at 20, and I wrote a couple more books while I was at Harvard Law. And when I came out, I came back to LA and I practiced at a real estate firm or real estate wing of a major law firm called Goodwin Proctor.
Right.
I practiced there. I lasted for about 10 months, decided I hated it, quit. I remember walking into the boss's office and saying, I hate it here and I want to leave. And I remember him turning to me and saying, you're never going to make as much money as you're making right
gosh,
now.
yeah.
And I've been wanting to send him some tax returns for a few years now. But, it all worked out. But politics was something that I was always very invested in. And so my sort of political approach generally is that I'm much more
Yeah, it sounds like he's always been conservative. Not that he became conservative or whatever. Like Candace Owens supposedly became conservative because progressives were mean to her on the internet.
invested in principles than personalities. I care much more about the ideas than I do about sort of the gossip aspect of politics.
Right.
I think that that's unfortunately becoming less common.
Right.
I think that, it's great that you're having me on. I really appreciate that. I like the exchange of ideas. I've always liked the exchange of ideas.
Yeah.
And so that's still, I hope, what animates the show.
Love that.
I mean, Bomber, I don't really know exactly what you're trying to say. Like, when I say he's a Kahanist, I just mean that, like, if he lived in Israel, he'd probably live in a settlement. Or he'd be advocating for settlements. And, like, he would have some sort of a podcast or whatever. But he doesn't. He, like, yeah, I think that's what I mean when I say that. But he's a conservative, like he doesn't want to move to Israel. He likes America, but obviously he likes Israel. He probably wouldn't, to be fair. Oh, you mean he probably wouldn't actually move or live in a settlement? I mean, you know what? Maybe he wouldn't do that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Like if Ben Shapiro, he would support them, but I don't see him living in a settlement. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. I was gonna think like he'd probably live in like, I don't know, maybe some conservative town or whatever. Well, because Bomber, living in the settlements carries some level of risk that he probably wouldn't feel like taking. And he'd probably much rather like live in his expensive Tel Aviv condo and like bitch angrily at the world about how evil the Palestinians are or whatever. And then maybe eventually he'd move out of Tel Aviv and go to a more conservative city, and then he'd bitch about how much he hated Tel Aviv. I don't know. Oh, he wouldn't live in Tel Aviv. Too many heathens. Like, I'm just trying to think of like where in Israel would he live that besides like, because Israel's a much smaller country, right? Is there like a city where lots of conservative people live? I don't know. Maybe he'd live in Netanya. I don't fucking know. Although he probably doesn't want to live too close to the border with Gaza. Forget Candace Owens. He keeps Matt Walsh around, who says insane things on the regular and calls for political violence. Whatever respectable traits Ben has are ruined by his culture war obsession. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like it's because he probably agrees with most of that stuff that Matt Walsh says. Ben Shapiro seems to only have one line, and that is basically like, don't be anti-Semitic and also don't like hate on Israel or push like conspiracy theories about Israel. Because I mean, Ben Shapiro probably also thinks all criticism of Israel, no matter what, is anti-Semitic too, so. Maybe he would live in Ariel, maybe. Matt Walsh hasn't gone fully anti-Semitic. I don't think he will, Chase. I mean, if he does, then he's not gonna, I very much doubt that he'll be staying at the Daily Wire. Also, isn't Matt Walsh's entire thing just obsessing over culture war shit? Isn't that basically all that he and Michael Knowles do? I know Matt Walsh is just obsessed with trans people, and that's pretty much like, he talks about that way too much. Michael Knowles is also crazy as well.
You're obviously known as, I mean, people have described you in so many different ways, but debate bro. I mean, is there quick wits? I mean, obviously, next.
Ben Shapiro is not a debate bro. He's not, because all he does is debate college kids, and he won't debate anybody who would actually like do what Destiny did to Dinesh D'Souza. He just refuses. He'll only talk to you if you're going to be super friendly and super soft and super nice to him. I think he doesn't think all criticism is anti-Semitic. I think he is that person AOC complains about and weaponizes the concept to his own ends, potentially. It is sad because America needs reasonable conservatives, and theoretically, his facts over feelings attitude could have been a positive culturally. Yeah, although unfortunately, the facts over feelings shit basically doesn't mean anything anymore. Because now we've got the Trumples, and they're all about their feelings.
Level intellect, ability to quickly distill facts and figures. You talk about facts over emotion, et cetera. But were you that person in high school? Were you that person in middle school, or did that take
I was pretty combative
at
in high
UCLA?
school, I would say. I skipped a couple of grades. So I skipped third and I skipped ninth.
Wow.
Actually, I will say I do think these two guys do represent like obviously Gavin Newsom is like more of an as an establishment Democrat, and Ben Shapiro is an establishment Republican. So I think that like Ben Shapiro talking to Gavin Newsom like not kindly like this or whatever, and the two of them like kind of chilling. I feel like this does kind of represent an older era of politics, even though obviously Ben Shapiro is not like he has pretty abhorrent beliefs, which I do think is meaningful or whatever. But it's I don't know that we can like really live in a society where people on the other side have abhorrent beliefs, but then we start regarding them as the enemy to such a degree that we have decided that like we can't even talk to them. I feel like that is probably not a bad or probably not a good attitude to have. You just have to like fight them in order to preserve like rights or what have you. Which is yeah, I mean, I wish the Conservative Party in the United States wasn't fucking insane. Like, I wish they weren't obsessed with all this culture war crap, and and that like the religious right wasn't so powerful. Israeli conservatives like brain dead Likud members. Oh, I can't speak to that. When I'm talking about conservatives, I'm talking about like Republicans. In Canada, our conservatives suck, but they're nowhere near as bad as Republicans because that religion hasn't taken over one of our because the religious right hasn't taken over one of our major political parties like it did in the United States. Like the religious right are an exceedingly powerful wing of the Republican Party, so much so that you basically have to bend the knee to them if you want to get elected. And that's not good. Because I think those people cause a great deal of harm domestically to so many different things. But Ben Shapiro is, and unfortunately, he embodies that, and people around him embody that. And in Israel, yeah, my U.S. is. Wait, what do you mean, bomber? I'm assuming that that there's a religious right in Israel as well, and that like people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich are probably part of it. Like I did see that CNN article talking about how women's rights in Israel have been under attack because of the crazy loons in Netanyahu's coalition. Okay. Oh yeah, I know the religious right is insane about Israel, but that's not even what I'm referring to. You heard Addie's mention of the Haredi draft law or Haredi draft law. What about it? I mean, like she's talked about it to me before. If I recall correctly, that's always like an issue about whether or not the Haredi parties are going to leave the government. But okay.
And so
Jesus.
I was much younger and much shorter and much skinnier and much more of a wise ass probably than some of the other kids in my high school class. And so high school was not exactly a joy for that reason. Right. But I've said before that obviously bullying is terrible, but being bullied can be sort of a make or break situation for you. Meaning that a lot of the people that I know who are very successful went through a lot of adversity in that age range. And then you sort of develop an attitude. And the attitude is, okay, I can either use this as fuel and grist for the mill and say, listen, I'm going to take all of that negativity and channel it toward, more strength and more positivity and building and maybe.
I don't know. I mean, bullying is like, that can get like I was pretty severely bullied when I was in high school, especially when I was in high school, and a little bit when I was in elementary school, but especially in high school. It's not like, I wouldn't like say that like people should experience that in order to like, grow up or get better or whatever. I think it's something that should be like taken on. That being said, to a certain degree, I do think that like not with regards to bullying anyway, but we also don't want to necessarily affirm everything or whatever, because that I I don't know. This is complicated. I'm not really sure how I feel about a lot of this stuff. And I feel like in some ways I have some maybe hot takes about. Well, actually, no. I was gonna say like we probably shouldn't. Like the hope is that people who get like really super politically radicalized in college will grow out of it. But there's worry that they might not nowadays in today's age, because they can just like literally go live in their echo chamber, and because they won't get exposed to like any other viewpoints or any other experiences. Um, then that is going to be a problem. But I mean, they could still, I don't know, like we'll find out. We will find out. He has an insane stream in the off hours. Wait, who does? I can't tell if he's right wing because I don't want to watch it. Wait, who are you referring to? Sorry, I don't want to scroll up and radicalized kids are also encouraged by certain academic. Oh, Hal Sparks. Who is that? Hal Sparks from that queer show 20 years ago.
You get a little bit of a chip on your shoulder sometimes, or you can kind of let it break you down.
And do you remember, I mean, some of the specific instances where you sort of, where you had that kind of exchange, where was it political? Was it because, I mean, the fact you're always younger, a little bit smarter, maybe you're quick-witted? I mean, do you remember?
Yeah, political, interpersonal.
Yeah.
But I remember, being the kind of kid who, when I was 16 years old, there was a program at the UC system that was all about affirmative action at the UC system. I remember there were about 1,000 people who were protesting down in the plaza or there. And I believe I was the only counter protester. Interesting. And I would show up and do that sort of stuff.
Did you? I mean, you had was it the confidence or was it the gumption? What was it? I mean, was it something your parents distilled in you? Just stand up for ideals, strike.
I think it was more stand up for ideals, but also, from the time that I was young, I never had any problem with being in crowds or being in front of people.
You were a performer after all.
Yeah, exactly. I played violin, and so if you spend a lot of time playing, a rigorous sort of set of pieces in front of people, and you do that over and over and over, it kind of gets rid of whatever trepidation you might have about being in front of people and doing that sort of thing.
Was there a moment when you sort of developed a next level confidence? You're like, wait, I'm pretty good at this. Or was it the writing that was doing it?
I'm not sure. I will say, I don't think that it's ever good to develop next level confidence, meaning I think you got to prep for everything. Right. One of the things that I try to do is really over prepare for my show. If I'm going to have a debate or a discussion with somebody, I really try to dig in and get into what's true, what's not true. Right. I'd much rather be over prepared. I think there's a certain level of insecurity that's good. Yeah. I think when you're overconfident, that's when you've made mistakes. I think in my career, whenever I've made a mistake, it's typically because I didn't take a challenge seriously enough, or I sort of brushed it off. And you see that happen a lot. People sort of rely on their native intelligence as opposed to assuming that you're not going to be the smartest person in the room all the time. Remember when I was in middle school, so I went to Walter Reed in North Hollywood, and they had a magnet school, like a highly gifted program. And I remember there was an IQ test, actually, kind of a rudimentary IQ test that was the baseline to get in. Right. And I got in, but I didn't get in by leaps and bounds. And we I remember first day of class, everybody was kind of passing around their IQ scores and all this kind of stuff. And one girl had above 180, really, really, really high IQ. And I remember going back home and talking to my father about it. He said, listen, you should assume that you're never the smartest person in the room, but you can always be the hardest working person in the room.
Love that.
And that I think has been sort of the motto.
I love it. So you went, UCLA undergrad. Here you are, 17, national syndicated columnist. A few years later, you got 2 published books about issues around the university. As you say, you may have been a step or two ahead of most in that respect. And then issues around, I mean, it was interesting, the porn industry, broadly defined.
Yeah, I was writing books about how the pornography industry was going to really carve out particularly young men's souls in about 2005.
Oh,
and at the time, people were saying, oh, this is crazy. What is he talking about? Now, of course, I think that there are a lot of young men who have fallen prey to that industry, who needs less family formation, less general happiness, less sex.
No, Jesus Christ. Conservatives love to do this, just like leftists do. They find like one thing, like Ben Shapiro is only saying this because he doesn't agree with, because ideologically he doesn't like porn, because he thinks it's because he thinks it's bad. And so like he's obsessed with so of course he's going to blame it for everything. He's like, just like the fucking what are they, the SWERFs, the sex worker exclusionary radical feminists. Just like the feminists who were like basically like super anti-porn and prostitution or whatever. And I mean, like, I just think the Smurfs, no, the Swerf, SWI or ERL, I think. I just think it's dumb. It's just stupid. Like, porn is no more. First of all, there's no like clinical porn addiction or whatever. This has never been proven. That's not a thing. It can be psychologically addictive, just like video games. And porn is not some uniquely to blame issue. There's like so many other problems that I think are contributing to like general overall loneliness and like the sort of this whole atomization of that, like all these problems with society or whatever. And I don't think that you can pin the blame on one particular thing. Okay. Like the problem, again, like if someone's addicted to porn, then that's not good. But like everything in moderation, you know, you could also become addicted to video games, but nobody's talking about banning those. Never goon. Almost thought you were talking about the Surfs. No, I'm not going to talk. Fuck that. I don't know if the Surfs has ever said anything. You know what, Chase? I actually was considering, does Lance still debate people? Because I was legitimately considering maybe going into his chat and spamming him to see if he would debate me on like Israel, Palestine, or something else. Gooners are the most oppressed class. Yeah, moderation is the key with regards to like, I mean, obviously not everything in moderation if the thing is like not moral or whatever, but like I don't think that there's anything immoral about like pornography, you know. I don't care. Like I adhere to, and if it harm none, do as you will. And I think the only reason why porn might be harmful to people who participate in it is because that they were not psychologically prepared before they got into it. They were not like psychologically prepared for the prospect of them being in like performing sex, which is something that we as a society still consider as this like sacred thing in front of, and then like that being plastered all over the internet, or the extent to which that could affect their future career prospects or any of that other shit, you know? And I think that if you're somebody who, I think that if you're someone who was psychologically prepared for that or didn't care that much about that, then it probably doesn't impact you in the same way. But a lot of people aren't, because a lot of people still grow up in religious families or they have some kind of a religious background. Yeah, Toby, there is, I think abuse in the industry was actually considerably more prominent like a while ago. I don't think it's as big of an issue now, but it was definitely a much bigger problem. Like I think like from the 90s backwards or even the early 2000s. Richard Hanania wrote a pretty strong argument for a solution to what Ben Shapiro is complaining about, to reduce porn's cultural effects, legalize prostitution. Yeah, but Ben Shapiro would just complain about that too, and then he'd point to all the negative externalities that come from legalizing prostitution, all of which are not things that are like inherently the result of prostitution. They're all just things that like could be dealt with if it were legalized, and it would probably be easier to deal with those things anyway. You know, like increased trafficking or other such kinds of things. I just can't imagine there not being rampant abuse in porn. I mean, that's fair. I don't know, but it does seem like there's quite a bit more. I work for a company who owned Pornhub for a few years. I hate anti-porn and porn obsessors now. Yeah, it's just silly. The porn industry has changed drastically. People used to protest outside our office. Ugh. Yeah, like it has changed quite a lot. Also, I think that stuff like OnlyFans is good for people if they want to like do that kind of thing and essentially have like way more control over it. It's considerably safer than potentially other issues that you might run into. But on the other hand, I mean, the porn industry is certainly like it's definitely gone, but I don't know. Like it's not like there's women. Kalinda stepping into safe sex work. No, stop it. Do not make jokes about that. I have no interest in that. None whatsoever. I mean, I have no interest in doing that. The peak of abuse in the porn industry was the 70s and had the resurgence in the late 2000s because of the internet. because the internet circumvented the regulations the industry established. Problematic is a term. We believe sex workers should be institutionalized. Wait, who was it that said that they thought they should be institutionalized? That was the first topic of the debate club group. Oh, you were in a debate club work. It's still an industry, mind you. People will try to get away with crap. Yeah, of course. Like, nothing is safe or whatever. I guess it depends on how you look at it. Was referred there by a friend of okay.
Actually, people who are kind of falling out of the social fabric that's necessary to build societies. I was calling that out in about 2005.
Even in my State of the State last week, I referenced just one of many different statistics, but roughly half of young men have never asked a woman out in person on a date. So your point and emphasis in that, and I want to unpack that a little bit later as well in the conversation. But you started then to.
I mean, be careful there, Gavin, because that's not really necessarily an issue related to porn. That's there's a whole bunch of other problems there, but I think the fact that we just don't go outside anymore and have as much social interaction as we used to is kind of a, like, I feel like that's a bigger issue that should probably be dealt with. Like we are all so much more isolated.
You not only identify yourself in the context of your intellectual pursuits and expressing your point of view through writing, also sort of gifted capacity to engage in debate and speech, but then you found Andrew Breitbart was out and about in Southern California, and you took a job there working at Breitbart.
That had been in 2012 during the 2012 election. I joined Breitbart.
I feel like cucking out to Steve Bannon is probably like a little bit worse, Chase, because Steve Bannon is just like, that dude is actually a fascist, like full on. I think Ben Shapiro is like less bad than a fascist because he basically just cucks to fascists, you know, like I said, he's the conservative in the Weimar Republic. I don't know about Charlie Kirk. I guess, actually, no, wait, because Charlie Kirk was young and he loved Trump. So you could probably reasonably refer to him as a fascist too. But like, because Steve Bannon is basically the guy behind the, you know, damn, AutoMod blocked my great job. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I need to get a program that will show me both chats simultaneously so that I can just see both Twitch and Kick chat. That seems like it would be a good thing.
I'd known Andrew actually since my UCLA days. So I'd known him already for quite a number of years.
What do you think of Andrew? There's a lot of
Andrew's a kick. Andrew, so I think that there's sort of the, I mean, you're in public life, so you know, there's, for a lot of people, there's sort of like the private person, and there's the public person. They're not quite the same. So Andrew, the private person and the public person were actually very much the same, I would say, up until the end. Toward the end, I think that Andrew became very frustrated with a lot of the political system, media coverage. But the truth is that Andrew was, for the vast majority of the time I knew him, very garrulous, willing to have conversations.
Oh, he's talking about Andrew Breitbart, who, obviously, he's the guy who started the Breitbart thing. Calling having a conversation, cucking out is kind of stupid. Gavin Newsom believes that he needs to do this to build up a media image that can allow him to run nationally. If you want to see his thoughts on the right, look at his recent State of the State speech, his last address to a joint session of the Assembly as governor. Oh, that might be interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Epic, like, I feel like nowadays it's much harder than maybe it would have been before. It's also really hard depending on the kind of groups you're talking about. But now that Machado gave Trump her Nobel, would Trump now gift Greenland to Venezuela? What the fuck? I don't think it means anything. I don't think it matters. I don't think it's going to change anything that he does there. Because he's still mad that it was never given to him and it doesn't have his name on it. So anyway, yeah, hello, Epic. I figured that you would provide some interesting insight into this conversation because that you live in California. But I feel like I guess it depends on the groups that you're referring to, right? Because that for some people, politics isn't really like politics is politics, but like it's not like a huge, like talking to somebody that you disagree with or even being friendly with them isn't necessarily a huge deal. But for someone whose rights are essentially being threatened by that person that you're talking to within a friendly way, I can see why that would be off-putting to some number of people. But at the same time, I mean, if we're not willing to treat each other as human, no matter our differences, then like you're not gonna have a society that's going to function particularly well. And it's just gotten worse. You need to keep in mind in California politics, Newsom is the most progressive governor in the union. He has to moderate publicly if he's going to run smoothly. He can't be a California progressive. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware of that. Although I don't necessarily think that is related to like I feel like he could do that without necessarily doing this kind of thing. But at the same time, I understand that Americans generally like bipartisanship. And so if he is friendly towards people on the right, then that's going to look nice for independents. Like, sure, we might think it might be satisfying to see Gavin Newsom come out and like fucking rip off Ben Shapiro's head and like basically tear him a new one or whatever, because we just want to see that. But the average American, if they tune in and watch this, or maybe the average moderate Republican or even independent who might watch Ben Shapiro or whatever, they're probably going to see this and think, oh, you know, Gavin Newsom might not be that bad because he's not like fucking crazy and he's willing to talk to Ben and all that. If he's trying to take the White House, he can't use the same media strategy he did to win Sacramento in the most left-wing state in the union. Yeah. I agree. The entire point of this podcast is for him to position himself to run nationally, and he has to run against the image he has built as a California progressive. So just keep that in mind as well. No, I understand. I get it. Like most American voters are independents. Yes, I know. And they are the most important voting bloc that you need to win, which is what a lot of these crazy far leftist people don't understand. I know. And that's why compromise is important. And unlike what Doobie was saying yesterday, it's also important that the two parties or the two coalitions, as you would say, but it's important that they work together and like that bipartisanship happens or that people are able to find common grounds on things. And if you don't, then it's just not, I don't know. I feel like you also probably want that for your society too. Like you want the two sides to be a check on each other and all that stuff. I cringe through every one of these podcasts, but it helps the most progressive governor but if it helps the most progressive governor in the country when the White House, I endorse it. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea, really. I think that's fine. Okay. Yeah, they really value the perception of nonpartisanship. Yeah.
With nearly anyone. I think that if you talk to people who knew Andrew really well, their best memories of him are things like him just rollerblading in Venice and then just having like political conversations.
Anyway, yeah, Andrew Breitbart started Breitbart magazine or Breitbart, the Breitbart website, basically. And then it got taken over by Steve Bannon later, who I don't think is running it still, but I'm not sure.
Conversations, taking somebody to coffee, like a random person.
Yeah,
what I used to say to people about
I don't know that much about Andrew Breitbart. I just know that he died and that he was a conservative.
Andrew is that I knew Andrew for over a decade before he passed away. And if you knew Andrew for 5 minutes, you knew him about 95% as well as I did, because he was just very much there. Like he was just on the surface. Everything that what you saw is what you got with Andrew. So yeah, I joined Breitbart in about 2012. It was during the Romney-Obama election cycle.
Right.
I was there for a few years. I believe I ended up leaving in 2016, like early 2016.
Right.
There had been some sort of career transitions there in which I was taking other jobs at the same time. There was a point, again, going under the sort of working hard rubric, there's one in which I was working effectively 4 jobs. I was doing a morning show in LA where I interviewed you actually. And then there
Good evening, Short Stack Goblin.
was an afternoon
Interviewed each. Oh, geez. It seems like these guys already know each other.
Show that I was doing in Seattle. So 6 hours of radio a day. I was the editor at large of Breitbart, which meant writing a piece or two a day for Breitbart. And then I had also taken a job as the editor in chief of a website called Truth Revolt for the David Horowitz Freedom Center. So I was working 4 jobs simultaneously. And again, my advice to young people, particularly, you want to be successful, say yes to doing everything, even if it's for free at the beginning, because eventually saying yes a lot gets you the power to say no later on in your career when you can sort of winnow down what will make you successful.
And people, a lot of folks know this, but a lot of folks don't. Steve Bannon was down there working for Breitbart at the time.
What was the result of the Doobie trial yesterday? It wasn't a trial. We just had like a discussion. It was like a debate, basically. And it actually was against him and a bunch of other Israelis, or him and me and like a couple of Israelis. And yeah, I don't know. I think like Doobie's got some wacky beliefs, but yeah, it's just, I feel like there were points where he almost got it, but then he just didn't. The result was that Doobie gave me a massive headache. He did kind of deny Jewish history, actually, Chase, yeah. Because he essentially asserted, he did the meme of, well, you know what? Some portion of today's Jews are actually descendants of European converts to Judaism. Like, I know that appeared in some book a while ago, and that it's a thing that people say. Yes, he said that, yes. I don't know like what the evidence against that is. What do you mean Rick mentioned? Do you know where that comes from, Boof Clouds? Fellrunner, you can find it. It's in my VODs. It's from yesterday. Or do you mean that you want me to make it a segment and upload it? So that you can share it with the Counterpoints community. Because, like, I can do that. Doobie's whole worldview is just vaguely populist brain rot. I mean, there was a lot of populist brain rot in there. He specifically didn't say that it was the Khazar thing, but, I mean, maybe. If it sounds similar to that. The Khazar theory was genetically disproven. I mean, yeah, like, I mean, is that not the case? I don't care much about ancient ancestry, but most Jews have Levantine DNA. Yeah, it doesn't make any, it also doesn't really make any sense. Oh yeah, and also he was obsessed with bringing up that cult from India that started claiming Jewish heritage or whatever. That was another thing that happened. In my experience, if you're willing to just admit to a lot of the worst things that we know Israel is doing, it can be quite disarming to these people. I'm sure that you might have noticed that yesterday. Yeah, I did. And I mean, like, I did admit to, like, some of the bad stuff that Israel was doing. I just wasn't going to call it a genocide because I don't think that it is. Or rather, I have not yet seen evidence that that is the case. But, I mean, Doobie's main opposition to me is that I want a 2-state solution instead of like a 1-state far off in the future in some like future time period that the Palestinians basically have to live under Israeli occupation and wait for, while the international community somehow is just going to swoop in and look after everything supposedly and take over from Israeli occupation, so that 1 state can happen in the future, even though there's absolutely no way that Israelis are ever going to be okay with this. And this is also assuming that any of the Palestinians would like be okay with this, or rather that Hamas would be okay with this and they wouldn't rebel and say that it was some evil like Western thing. I don't know. And also the idea that like that like any of the foreign countries are essentially going to be willing to do this for however long it takes, which seems fairly unlikely to me. He said Khazar without saying Khazar. Oh, Doobie is probably also anti-Indian, but I don't know enough about Indian racism to fight him on it. I mean, maybe. Okay.
You guys got along initially?
I know.
Even in the beginning.
Steve is not the easiest person to get along with. I will say that.
We'll talk a little bit more just briefly. I don't want to over-index with Steve, but so you left in 2016, but in 2015 you more formally established what more commonly is identified with the Daily Caller, right? I mean, it was Daily Wire.
Right. So Daily Wire we established formally in 2015, right? So it would have been in the middle of the primary. So it would have been 2016. Yeah. That's when we formally launched, was a few months before the election of 2016. I'd been working at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. It was kind of a funny story there where we had Jeremy Boring and I, who were business partners. He had been working there and he basically hit upon what was a social media arbitrage plan. He basically saw that you could market on social media in new ways and that would bring you traffic. traffic. And we proposed this to the board. They legitimately did not understand what we were talking about because boards of nonprofits are famously, sort of elderly and non-tech involved. And so we made a presentation. Jeremy was kind of fondly known as the stupid whisperer because we'd met with many Congress people, and I speak quickly, and Jeremy spoke slowly with a Southern accent, and so he would very often get across better to those Congress people who shall remain unnamed. Anyway, we met with the board. Jeremy sort of explained the marketing plan. They had no idea what he was.
Listen, Tuckman, emojis will get to be a thing once I get monetized. I just need like 50 more subs, and then I'll be there. I just need to get to 500, and then I'll be able to apply for monetization. Also, as an FYI, we haven't called it the military-industrial complex since the 50s on the academic side. So when you hear military-industrial complex, that's a warning flag. That's a term that only populists choose. Only populists, okay, fair enough. Boof calls Rick a Khazar because he's Bukharian and from the Turkic region. Oh, I see. Okay, as a joke.
Talking about, and they turned to me and they said, Ben, can you explain the marketing plan? I said, sure, very easy. I was frustrated by this point, so I took out a napkin and I wrote on it, $, arrow, Facebook, arrow, website, arrow back to $.
It's in your book.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that was the marketing plan, right? It was that you're going to spend money on social media in order to gain eyeballs. Those eyeballs would then provide advertising on your website, and then you would just direct that money back into Facebook. And so it was kind of a flywheel. And they fired Jeremy the next day. I quit a couple of days later, and then we basically took that plan out to market. We found a little bit of seed funding. It was about $5 million in seed funding originally. And we launched Daily Wire, which last year did $200 million plus in revenue.
How many employees?
Would you guys kill me if I skipped ahead? Because I really don't care about this, and this is incredibly boring. I just want to get to like them actually talking about issues. Okay. He goes over his political accomplishments and his agenda for his last year in office. Oh, wait. Sorry, hold on. What are you talking about? I don't know if you're interested in watching it, but I put Newsom's recent address to the assembly in your stream suggestions. Oh yeah, no, I will check that out. I want to see the base Newsom speech. Oh, you guys want to watch the Newsom speech instead of watching this, and then you want to come back to this? Is that what you want? Do we want to like compare and contrast this Gavin Newsom with the Gavin Newsom of California politics? Okay. Oh shit, I also forgot. All right.
Okay.
1 hour? Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 50th
Hold on. Is this audio going to be this bad?
40th governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom.
Thank you, Madam Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Whatever. It wasn't that bad when I watched it live. It might be this particular link. For some reason, the Associated Press always has like the absolute worst audio. And of course, in my mind, I just want to be like, Steve, save us. Where are you, Steve? Give me the agenda-free TV. But I very much doubt that he covered this. Lookner emoji. Yeah, exactly.
The Speaker, pick up on your remarks to the person who should be given the State of the State based on your reaction.
Oh. Thanks.
On this historic day, it is Assemblymember Wallace that notices the absence of a quorum. Sergeant-at-Arms will prepare the chamber and bring in the absent members. Clerk will call the roll.
Addis, Agriacuri, Aarons, colonies.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That is way better. Thank you, Epic.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Lieutenant Governor. The Speaker, I'll pick up on your remarks to the person who should be given the State of the State based on your reaction, our new Senate Pro Tem. My gosh.
Oh my God, fuck me, Jesus.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Remarks to the person who should be given the State of the State based on your reaction, our new Senate Pro Tem. My gosh. What is that? You're clearly still in your honeymoon phase. You're going to enjoy it. I'm just saying. By the way, I was looking for some response from some of the folks over here on the right. When the Speaker said this is his last State of the State, I was assuming DeMaio would look up and maybe applaud or something. So hopefully a few of them are shaking their head and they're looking forward to this. The sad thing for you, you're going to have to endure about 45 to 50 minutes of this. And I say endure because we're all in this together, including myself. The reason I've been back here in a few years is, as you know, I have no problem speaking, and perhaps sometimes a little more long-windedly than people like. But when it comes to the written text, that has never served me well. I did a little children's book a few years back that sort of exposed the truth, the ugly truth about my challenges with reading. I'm not shy or embarrassed about my 960 SAT score, but I am a little bit about my inability to read the written text. And so it's always been something that I have to work through and I'm confronting. And so I say that with grace. I say that with the humility that's at hand today. And I also say that in the spirit, as I said, of what the Speaker was saying. For some of you, it may have been a little jarring, what he said. For others, it was more than appropriate.
I did not know that about him. Does he have issues with reading, or does he have dyslexia or something? Oh, he has dyslexia. That's interesting.
It's the stress that many of us are feeling, the stacking of stress, in that journey the Lieutenant Governor is talking about over the last 7 years. And I don't think we've given ourselves the kind of grace that we deserve. We never had time to really reflect on everything we've been together. Last time I talked here was 2020. And all of a sudden, everything was virtual. And we came right out of that, and social unrest, supply chains, inflation, all this stacking of stress. And so I'll try to reflect some of that in my comments today. I'll say things that may be piercing to some of you, but it's not intended to demean, it's not intended to divide, but I'm speaking from my heart. I'm saying what I think, again, with the grace and humility to know that I am constantly a work in progress. I'm learning on this job, 7+ years in, learning every single day, and proud in closing as I jump into the speech of all of you and all that I've learned from each and every one of you, each and every one of you, regardless of your politics, regardless of your faith, regardless of where you live.
Guess who was glazing doobie in Discord last night? I'm assuming it was Fire Chase, but yeah.
Who you voted for. I just want to express gratitude to every single person in this chamber, every single person that shaped who we are today and what the state represents, not just today, but tomorrow. But first, I appreciate it. Speaking of shaping things, I've been thinking a lot about, your final speech. Think about your life. Think about your journey. Think about the things that shaped you. And
are California governors term limited? Do they only get 2 terms or whatever? I'm assuming that's the case, just like for presidents. Patrick Bateman looking at us.
And I'll begin a little bit with that, about having spent nearly my entire life, now almost 6 decades, along the rivers of this remarkable state, from my youthful days on the Upper American River with my dad to my time with my own children downriver, not too far from here. Those rivers that have shaped the story, not only my life, but shaped the story of California's sense of place, from native people shaped by these rivers to men who extracted riches from.
Was there any governors who had ridiculously, way too many terms? Epic, is that the reason why?
Their silt. The shout of Eureka, Eureka. When the madness began, fortunes were made.
Oh, many states don't have term limits. Okay. Who's the lady in the top right corner throwing gang-sized boof clouds? That's sign language. Don't they do? Isn't that a thing in Israel? Do you guys not have sign language? A lot of government announcements will have somebody doing sign language for deaf people.
Fortunes were
Ignore that chatter.
lost. Time over
Oh, I see, Boof. You do know. You're just kidding around.
and over again. Farmers who worked the soils nourished by those rivers, settlements that turned into towns that turned into thriving American port cities, industries in our state flourished. The 2 world wars,
You got me. Good one, Boof.
a Great Depression, social upheaval, booms and busts, California endured.
Although you're not really making Israel look good there, because you made me wonder whether or not you guys actually had sign language. Whether or not you guys gave a shit about disabled people. We don't believe in deafness. Yeah, exactly, Insomniac. Wait, hold on. You don't believe in deafness, or are Jews too awesome to be deaf? Is that what you're saying? Are you guys just immune to it? Why is there a griper in the Discord? Who are you talking about, Leah? We're like Spartans based. Leah, who are you referring to? Which griper? Although my Discord is a pretty free speech zone, but like I don't want Nazis in there. Fellrunner mentioned I don't, okay, but like who are you talking about? You have to actually give me the name, because otherwise I have no idea who you are referring to. It's not Fire. Fire's a leftist. Are you talking about Doobie? Because I don't think Doobie's a groiper, even though people claim that he is. Yeah, like I don't know who you're talking about. We have a stray groiper in Connor's Discord. Yeah, but who is it, Fellrunner? I'm sorry, I'm so confused now. Oh, you guys are talking about Connor's Discord. You're not talking about my Discord? Okay, when you say in the Discord, it makes me sound like, I was asking because I don't know who the other chatter meant. Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, I think Connor is pretty open about allowing like those kinds of people in his community because he wants, he likes to try to convince us of his based views, and we make fun of him. It's a cyclical economy. There's multiple groupers in Connor's Discord. Oh, okay. I mean, I know that there's quite a few in his audience because he reacts to Nick Fuentes a lot, and so those people will be in his chat. But
California thrived, and the rivers, they kept flowing. For 175 years, California has been a marvel of invention and reinvention, disaster and recovery, grit and ingenuity. We've found ways to build the future over and over. But today, that spirit is being tested. We face an assault on our values unlike anything I've seen in my lifetime. The federal government, respectfully, it's unrecognizable. Protecting the power.
Also, hello, Tally. Hello, any new people. We're learning about Gavin Newsom before we continue watching his so far very boring interview with Ben Shapiro.
Powerful at the expense of the vulnerable. Their credo seems to be about fear, fear of the future, fear of the stranger, fear of change. In Washington?
I mean, Chase, what would I debate? Actually, I suppose I probably would debate Tally about like the fact that she doesn't want to vote Democrat anymore, but I don't know that I feel like that would probably be just a fruitless debate. Because, and I mean no offense to you, Tally, it does feel like a lot of your reason for not voting Dem is very vibes based. Nothing to debate, we are totally aligned. I mean, are we? Because like if I were American, I'd be voting Democrat constantly. I get where you're coming from about the woke shit, but I don't think it's nearly as big of a deal as you seem to think that it is. Hello. And I certainly don't think it's as big of a deal anymore because that swing back came. But my problem is that I think this also, Tally, we don't agree on everything because I think that trans kids should have access to puberty blockers and healthcare. I just think that like there should be a lot of gatekeeping and that it shouldn't just be give everybody shit. But that's kind of the way it is already in a lot of places. So, yeah. I watched some of your conversation with Erudite. But I don't really care that, like, that's not an issue that I'm super into or whatever. Oh, we don't agree on everything I was doing. Okay, yeah.
The president believes that might makes right, that the courts are simply speed bumps, not stop signs, that democracy is a nuisance to be circumvented, secret police, businesses being raided, windows smashed, citizens detained, citizens shot, masked men snatching people in broad daylight, people disappearing, using American cities as training grounds for the United States military.
Well, I mean, I should have been able to tell by the emoji. Yeah, where are all the free trans candy being handed out by doctors?
Purposeful chaos emanating from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Shifting the tax burden from the wealthy, from billionaires to small businesses, ranchers, farmers, and the middle class, lining the pockets of the rich. Crony capitalism at unimaginable scale. State capitalism, self-dealing, profit-making, not policy-making. Rolling back rights of marginalized communities, rewriting history, censoring historical facts. Their politics, some twisted nostalgia about restoring the dynamics of a bygone era. None of this is normal. And it's important to remember at moments like this, the greatest tragedy is not, as King said, the clamor of bad people, but it's the appalling silence of so many good people. Not normal. But in California, we're not silent. You're not silent. You're not hunkering down. We're not retreating. We're a beacon. The state is providing a different narrative, an operational model, a policy blueprint for others to follow. The state, this people, this experiment in democracy belongs not to the past, but it belongs to the future. Expanding civil rights for all, opening doors for more people to pursue their dreams, dreams that are not exclusive, not to any one race, not to any one religion or class, standing up for traditional virtue.
Sorry, I mean, Talia, I feel like it depends on what you mean by left-wing goals or what like you consider to be left-wing goals. Like when you say left-wing, are you talking about like progressive communist socialist shit or are you talking about liberalism? Because like to me like liberalism is like sort of center left or whatever. And yeah, it's just not. Like, I don't really know exactly what it is that you want the Democrats to believe. I'm a classical liberal in the center right sense. Like, so what, you're like a classical liberal is more like kind of like a libertarian thing, but I don't know. Instead of like applying a label to yourself, no, Chase, I don't think we really have that any disagreements on Israel Palestine. Like, I mean, I think like Tally's like a two-stater. So instead of applying a label to yourself, Tally, I feel like issues should be what should be talked about, you know? I also don't really know what you mean. I assume, or like, I think I know what you mean when you say woke, but, I think progressive and mostly libs are too far left for me. Okay, I mean, I don't even know what, so, like, yes, and basically issue by issue, I am to the right of mainstream Dems. Tally is just a contrarian. It's easy mode. Yeah, but are you right enough that you're going to vote Republican? And I guess the other question too is that does all of this mean so much to you that you're basically willing to vote Republican when the Republican Party is like a crazy fascist party? And everything is insane right now. And their current leader tried to overturn an election. And I think that you even have admitted that Kamala would have been preferable. Okay, but I don't think the Republican Party is going back to the way that it was. I don't know what the hell's going to happen there. You, we need to get Connor there too. I mean,
Compassion, courage, and a commitment to something larger than our own
by the way, when Boof says us, Tally, he's talking about Jews.
Self-interest, and asserting that no one, particularly the President of the United States, stands above the law.
Look at this baby.
We've gone to court. We've gone to court. We've gone to court to protect our people, pushing back against this executive overreach. 52 laws.
We can do this on a proper call soon, if you like, just because this is an inefficient way of having this convo. Oh, I thought you were Jewish, Tally. What? Are you joking again? Aw, he's purring. Okay, good. Jesus. What the fuck? Yeah, we can do it on a proper call soon. I mean, if you're available now, we could even, but it's up to you. Or we could talk at a later time. You legit cannot be named Hallie and not be Jewish. Aw, look at his face. Are we allowed to dox your cat? Yes, I've already told my cat his name is Stuart. Aw. I love you, buddy. Did Doobie claim? No, Doobie didn't say anything about being Jewish. Aw. Hi. Yes, Talia is subscribed. My chat is subscribers only. You have to be subscribed. I'm gonna ask everyone if they're subscribed. I don't usually call him Stu, but my mom calls him Stewie, which I think is really funny. She's always like, "Hi, Stewie." We need 500. I'm obsessed. He is a big boy. He wants food. Call him Warts. I mean, he's got other nicknames. I also refer to him as Mr. Kitty, Mr. Rumble, because his purr sounds like a rumble. And he purrs a lot. Sometimes I'll also call him Mr. Purr. Mr. Snuggles. He's a very snuggly kitty. Oh, yes, of course, I also call him Sir, yes. Hello, sir. Aw. My leash. Oh, yeah, sometimes I'll call him His Majesty, too. That one came from a friend of mine. Okay, I'm gonna let Gavin keep talking, and I'm gonna go feed him. I'll be right back.
Lawsuits have been filed, funded by you, by the way, in the special session that all of you led. And as a consequence, point of pride for our Attorney General, as a consequence, we preserved about $168 billion in illegally frozen federal resources that belong to our schools, that belong to our hospitals, that belong to our seniors, resources that belong to all the people of this great state. We have one request for emergency relief, and we have affirmed the Constitution of the United States as the supreme law of the land. I say this with respect, but mindful. But Mr. President, you can't cut off critical food assistance for millions of people. You can't send the military into American cities without justification. And you cannot cruelly and illegally cut off funding for medical research, homeland security, or disaster response. That is wrong. That is wrong. And you have all stood up. You have all stood up. Our Attorney General has stood up. Our Speaker has stood up. Our Pro Tem has stood up. All of you, on behalf of all people in our state. Proud of that. You should be proud of that. But I'm not naive. You know, if we're going to keep the faith of the California spirit, we got to do more than just resist what is wrong. We got to keep building what's right. We're not defined. We all know this. We're not defined by what we're against. We're defined by what we're for: opportunity and derangement syndrome. Look at this state to tear down, try to attack all our progress. But we know the truth. California's success is not by chance. It's by design. We've created the conditions where dreamers and doers and misfits and marvels with grit and ingenuity come to build the impossible. We became a destination for the world's first-round draft choices, the best and the brightest who come here from all over the world for riches and new beginnings. And I'm not just talking about the tech CEOs and the founders in Silicon Valley, or the producers and writers in Hollywood. I'm talking about the mechanics in Modesto, the farm workers in Salinas, and the police officers in El Centro. That's what we do, first-round draft choices. No state, simply no state in America that contributes more, none, to the American greatness. No state builds more ladders to success or sees around more corners. The biggest manufacturing economy constructed here. The most productive agricultural economy grown here. 18%. 18% of the world's R&D invested right here in California. 1/2 of America's unicorn companies. Those companies valued over
Hello. Yes, I was pulling a Hassan share react. Total Hassan vindication. Yeah, Stuart is the executive producer of this stream and my co-star. Yeah, Loner is sick. I hope he's doing all right. He may have just decided to take the rest of the week off. Because that, yeah. Yeah, ZJM, I agree. YouTube really does need to fix the usernames. Or they need to add username autocomplete on mobile, because I hate the fact that, actually, I just hate the fact that it was never there to begin with. How does he keep getting sick? Does he even leave his house? No, he does. He does keep, he does. He goes to the gym and stuff. Like, I feel like we need to remember time zones, guys. Loner has a life outside of streaming, and and because that usually when he starts streaming, it's either in the evening or the afternoon for him. Which is why he's able to do it. And then he'll just, and like, it's either like, I don't know, like midday or early evening for him. And then he'll just keep going. Like, in a way, his time zone is kind of a great hack for being able to stream to not just people in Europe, but also people in North America and people in Israel. Loner seems like the type of guy to actually wipe the gym equipment before and have, I mean, I don't know if he's that much of a germaphobe or not. Scotland is cold and wet, so of course he gets sick. That's also probably part of it, yeah. EU is inherently superior time zones. True.
$1 billion, a half, are in the great state of California. And get this, the happiest cities, right here in California. You know who you are. Fremont, San Jose, Irvine, San Francisco, and San Diego, consistently the most happiest places on earth. In your state, I think that matters. And it's interesting, isn't it? Those cities, they have so much in common, don't they? And that's proximity. The one thing they all have in common is proximity to the greatest research institutions in the world, the greatest system of public higher education anywhere in the world, this conveyor belt for talent. A proof point, you all know this, but I want to remind everybody. A proof point, just last year, the UCs, they added an additional 5 Nobel laureates to its roster, 1 out of every 3 laureates here in...
Oh, you want me to... Oh yeah, Tally, you like Ben Shapiro, don't you? Why? Why? He sold out so hard to the fucking Trump shit. And now he's mad. Like, he basically enabled all of that, and now he's super fucking mad that, like, Nick Fuentes is coming. I mean, yeah, I guess she is a conservative, which is weird because I thought she was like a liberal or whatever. No, I said, I don't think so. God damn it. Oh God, here we go. Here we go. Here comes Epic. Ben Shapiro is a known communist. I don't know if Tally's gonna say anything. Does Ben have biceps? He seems like a fairly scrawny dude.
California. Come on. It's almost too much. I was reading this. I don't see this on some of the cable networks. 13,000.
I'm really not a conservative by most conservative measures, but I do not reject the label. I mean, Tally, you know what? I'll ask you some questions about stuff. Like, mainly, are you a social conservative, Tally? Like, do you like, yeah, are you a social, would you consider yourself a social conservative? It's time to decide whether or not I hate you. I'm just kidding. I probably wouldn't hate you. I would just, you know, I mean, I am gay married. Okay, but, do you want to ban porn or like, do you care about quote unquote degeneracy or, I mean, I already know that you're not fond of the whole trans kids thing, although that seems to be more from a perspective of I guess uncertainty around it or whatever. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound like you're anti or that you're socially conservative then. I mean, Chase, we'll see how the Republican shift on Israel goes. Socially moderate neoliberal.
13,700 active patents in the UC system alone. That's more than any other system on the globe. We simply have no peers. And this, again, I said it earlier, it's not by chance, it's by design. You've nurtured these steps, big and small. They've emanated from these chambers. You have kept the state's.
Yeah, you know what, Tally? I mean, we can talk, and maybe I'll try to convince you that even if you are not even if you don't like align with the Democrats 100% or even like 50%, they're still the lesser evil than the Republicans. And by the way, especially in your case, I would certainly be saying this if it was the Republican Party of like George Bush too. I think Wick already did a Tally versus the World stream. Actually, no, he didn't. He basically did a stream where the Live and Learn boys got to come on and talk to her. So he didn't really do a Tally versus the World stream.
Stable. You've kept it reliable because you've invested in the California.
Well, Leah, you kind of got to understand, a lot of people who support Donald Trump support him over the Democrats because they legitimately think the Democrats are coming for their way of life. And they think that the Democrats are going to destroy like everything that they love about America, or that they're going to like trans their kids, or all this woke shit is going way overboard or whatever, or that they have like fearful intentions around immigration or something like that. Yeah, it's just, it's silly. I do want all of this to be fair. But I mean, it's a stereotype.
Dream. Just last year, building that framework, we worked together to unveil the first concrete economic development blueprint in California's history. It wasn't top down, it's bottom up. It's region by region, some 10,000 people.
Okay. We can go back to this. I feel like, I mean, Epic, if there's like timestamps or whatever that you want to link me of like him like going in on Republicans, you can. But I think that a lot of this is stuff that's not necessarily going to mean a lot to us because we're not familiar with California's local politics. Yeah. Okay.
He's not dead.
We have
Okay, hold on. Are podcast influencers overrated? Are
What do you make of
podcasters' influence overrated? That's fair. Just know that him as governor and him as a presidential candidate are quite different personas, and they need to be. Oh yeah, I completely understand. Although, hold on, I could be convinced to vote Dem in 2028 as lesser of two evils with the way things are going, but my reason won't be satisfying for many because my analysis doesn't include much of what Trump is doing. Okay, I mean, I don't know why that would be the case, but I guess we'll see. I have no idea, really, you know. And like, I feel like also a lot of that woke shit is overplayed too. Like, but I think a lot of that really depends on one's experience. Like it's like people who think that that all the trans stuff or whatever was all over like the education system because they went and because that's what libs of TikTok said. And that seems kind of ridiculous to me.
Current media landscape. I mean, it seems to be the sort of dialectic between the old and the new, sort of the digital first and these legacy media companies.
Oh, also, I do want to talk to Connor, Fellrunner. there are certain states where the woke stuff, unfortunately, actually did dominate state politics and was kind of wild. And if you live in those states, I get the anger. I live in a city in California where in 2020 we elected a mayor and did the whole defund the police thing. Oh yeah, I know that was a thing that ended up happening, which was incredibly fucky, because the George Floyd thing was a moment where there was a chance to enact real police reform, and instead everybody like went to like decided to run real far into like the stupid zone instead of, actually being instead of like actually being nuanced. Like that 8 can't wait thing was really good. Wait, Felrunner, does Connor know who I am? There's no way that Connor knows who I am. The anti-woke stuff is majorly cringe too, but the left's wing/dem worldview seems to be based in blank state woke worldview that I can't abide. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, are you talking about, when you say blank state, are you talking about, or blank slate, are you talking about the notion that all human beings are born as a blank slate and that like human nature isn't a real thing? And that everything is just like everything is all like social construction, or we're all products of our environment to an insane degree. The two big cities in Northern California or San Francisco are San Francisco and San Jose. I never lived in both. San Jose did police reform and San Francisco defunded the police. San Jose is now the safest city in Northern California, and San Francisco is one of the highest crime cities in Northern California. Yeah, like, I feel like, did they do the kind of police reform, like the stuff that was in the 8 can't wait thing, like more body cams, better training, all that kind of shit? Yeah, Tally. I mean, like, I don't necessarily entirely disagree with that, but I think that it really depends. And also, that's one of those things where I can't really say 100% for certain about like the nature versus nurture thing is not a thing that I don't even think we really have like full on like concrete proof one way or another. That differences in outcome between groups by sex, ethnicity are all a product of socialization and oppression. I mean, I really wouldn't phrase it that way. Here's how I would put it instead. I would say that instead of talking about it like that, I would say that one of those things is something that we could potentially do something about. We have excellent data that nature is the majority of the heavy lifting. Studies of twins. What exactly kind of shit are you referring to? Because that's like I don't believe that's the case with regards to, for example, race. And also, even if that is the case, it doesn't matter because we can only do something about one of those things. Like, I don't think that means like, so wait, are you basically rejecting the entire notion that people are at all products of their environment, and that like the fact that Black people basically are getting that they have like really shitty environments kind of fucks them over in a lot of ways, and shit like the cycle of poverty and all that is this stuff that you're saying isn't as big of a thing? Like, I'm willing to accept that things are complicated, and realistically speaking, it's probably a bit of both. That's generally the case with a lot of things. No, I'm not denying socioeconomic factors or cultural influences. Okay, well, then I don't know why we would necessarily, I don't know that we entirely disagree there then. The problem is that Republicans will deny that, and they'll just say that Black people are all lazy and they won't want to do anything to improve, to like combat the cycle of poverty. I don't believe that we will ever fully eliminate poverty. I don't think that's possible unless we manage to, and unless we invent the replicator or something, and we no longer live in like, and we completely remove resource scarcity. But I think we should keep trying. Or yeah, like within reason, I think we should keep trying. And like I think other countries have managed to do it, and I'm sure that there is a way to do it. And I don't think that we should give up on that. You just have to find the right way to do it. But I am saying that women are underrepresented in certain fields because of evolutionary difference in biology and psychology between males and females, not particularly or not patriarchy or social pressures. That might be true, but here would be my argument in response to that. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't work to remove any social pressure or like patriarchal shit that could be pushing women into those fields. And then I would argue that that will allow women to more honestly make a choice about what it is that they want to do. Because I still think that that would be a good thing. And if women continue to choose these particular fields, then that's fine. But we still might get more, but like, it's very possible that some women will choose to go into other fields that they otherwise wouldn't have because they're not being socially, because they're not being pushed socially into things, or like they don't have that extra social pressure on top of whatever nature thing. I mean, we do that and more right now, to be clear. Yeah, I know we are doing it more. We're definitely doing it considerably more than we were before. You know, and I would argue that stuff like representation in media is also an important part of that, but that's gotten quite a lot better than it did way back in the day, than it was way back in the day. But yeah, I don't think that we should stop doing that. But I mean, if you want to say that no, it's not all because of that, that's fine. Like I don't like the oppressor oppressed shit. I think that's brain rotted and dumb. I think like the left has a similar problem to the right where they don't where like they like to simplify things. Like, and when I say the left, I mean like, you know, like the further left. And although hell, I mean like some liberals can find this. I'm a statistical anomaly. I love welding and dangerous work. I mean, like Duckbringer, I'm like, I love computers. I'm like a huge computer nerd, which back when I was growing up wasn't really particularly common, or so I kept hearing. Although like this notion that women didn't exist in any kind of nerd spaces isn't true either. We did. We just occupied different spaces than men did. Women as repair technicians in various fields are part of the future for sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Tally, I don't disagree that like men and women are different or whatever. Although I don't like it when conservatives say that, because what they're actually trying to say is that women specifically need to occupy this particular like space within society, and they shouldn't be allowed to occupy any other space. And that's kind of something that is, you know, like that they've basically gone way overboard. Women were crucial in the use of programming. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think the first computer programmer arguably was a woman. Ada Lovelace. And like there were women who like participated in code breaking during World War II and other such things like that, you know. I think diversity is great. It's always good to have a diversity of opinions on any particular project. That doesn't mean that you got to be like super cringe about it or whatever, or that you need to like have quotas in order to achieve this, but yeah. Yes, just because something is natural doesn't mean it's good. I think that fallacy is what prevents a lot of well-intentioned people from having conversations because they fear the implications. I mean, being weaponized, and people do try to weaponize them. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Personally, I would say that there are a lot of things like homosexuality, for example, that are morally neutral. It's not good or bad. It just is. Same thing with heterosexuality. I don't think that we need to apply morality to these things. These are just facts of our lives. And I think they are both natural as well. Although one of them is, you know, like less likely to occur, but that doesn't mean that it's not normal. I'm trying to embrace Newsonian thought. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, wait, hold on. Epic, if you're still here, this is something that I do worry about. I think both the straights and the gays should be put to work building ships for the Navy. Based. What is the purpose of the analysis in women preferring certain roles in the workplace would be my question. Well, Doug Bringer, unfortunately, conservatives will bring that up to try to claim that the reason why women don't go into certain jobs, or the reason why there's a wage gap, is because that women choose to go into jobs that pay less money, and that's their choice, and therefore we shouldn't do anything about it. Which I think is very silly. But it doesn't sound like Tally's making that argument. It sounds like she's saying that we can acknowledge that's the case without wanting to like get rid of all the or without wanting to like get rid of like all the stuff that we put in place to help women be able to want to go into the like more fields or to achieve more or whatever, you know. Anyway, tear gas / epic. I wanted to ask you something. Do you think that Newsom is going to have trouble if he runs if he runs for president, and like if he wins the nomination? Because I think one of the issues is that no matter how much he might try to escape his like more progressive past in California, Republicans are probably going to go back and find all of that shit. I mean, I've already seen them doing it, and they're going to stick it in all of their attack ads. I don't know if that'll matter. I mean, I would imagine it probably won't in 2028, because that I suspect that if Trump makes it, you know, if Trump doesn't die in office from some illness, yeah, one would hope that yeah, then like I imagine that Gavin Newsom, like whoever the Democratic nominee is probably just going to be like a shoo-in. So I'm about to hop on a plane, so this will be the last thing I can respond to. But yes, I do, and I think that's why he's doing this podcast. And I think that's why he's talking to people on the right. He's trying to sanitize his image so it doesn't look too progressive for the average American. And that's why I support him doing this podcast, even though it's cringeworthy. He is the most progressive governor in the history of California, which is the most left-wing state in the union. He needs to sanitize his image, otherwise he just won't win. Well, I hope that, I guess, yeah, I'll have to look up and see what his record is like. But in my opinion, keep in mind the primary system mirrors the Electoral College. You need to win the primaries in multiple states, so I think he can win. If he can win the primary, he can win. I just don't know if he'll win the primary. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see who the other candidates are too. Anyways, I do have to start doing actual work pretty soon, so I won't be around for the rest of your questions. That's fine. Have a good one. When you say you're about to hop on a plane, do you mean like you're gonna? Do you mean the plane or like a passenger plane? One last thing I will say, and this is about something he goes over in that speech to the assembly, his housing reforms are the most serious reforms in history of our state to the cost of living. Rent is going down every year, and I think that's going to make him look really good come 2028 when California is significantly cheaper to live because of him. Okay, well, I mean, that's based. Anyways, have a good stream. Thanks, Epic. Bye. I feel like he would always mention if it was the plane. Yeah, the F-22 or the F-15E, because that shit is like awesome. Ryan Macbeth said something like this a few hours ago. What are you talking about, Pat? What did he say? About, I mean, I heard him say stuff about Ryan Macbeth is way too charitable to Trump, and it makes me sad.
I mean, obviously podcasts becoming at least part of the nomenclature. It's a conversation.
Probably because he is a Newsmax commentator. You know.
I don't know. We can get into the merits of overstating, over-indexing podcast influence, but so much of what you seeded and influenced in terms of right-wing media, even in now in some respects, what folks are trying to replicate with more progressive media voices. What do you make of the landscape today? How would you describe the current landscape?
I mean, it's highly fragmented. I think in some ways that's good. I think in some ways that's bad. It's had tremendous.
Ryan does seem to be a conservative in solo, but he does also seem to be a I think he seems fairly socially liberal. I think Ryan's probably a neocon, or he's a liberal internationalist. I don't know. He seems like fairly hawkish, but he mostly just comments on foreign policy and not like domestic shit. Yeah, but I don't know that he's like a full-on Trump supporter. At least he doesn't seem to be. But the reason why I say that is because that in past videos, he's certainly called out people like libs of TikTok for like going after LGBT people in the military. So I don't think that he is like a social conservative person. He's Ryan McBad in my book now. All his recent commentary on geopolitics that I've seen has been straight doo-doo. Yeah, well, yeah, I know China's his obsession. Although to be fair, China's kind of epic. I feel like China is probably going to be the obsession of anybody who works either in the intelligence community or like in the American security apparatus, because China would be a big deal to those folks. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, he supports Ukraine, so that's nice. But I guess he just probably doesn't want to, because he's like a public person. Whereas like people like Epic are like internet people. So I mean, he seems GOP sympathetic, but he's certainly intelligent and generally reflects the opinion of most NatSec people. Yeah, I think that's probably like where he sits. And because he's on Newsmax, he's probably not going to be come out and be like hella super anti-Trump or whatever. Which, you know, we can say that's unfortunate, but
benefits in the sense that you don't have 3 networks and you have to rely on just those 3 networks. You can in real time fact check things. It's bad in the sense that while gatekeeping is difficult and obviously can silo off information that you need to have, if you have people who are algorithmically driven, who are desperate for clicks and desperate for attention and don't seem to care very much about the truth, and if there's kind of no pushback, then bad information can spin its way around very, very quickly. And it doesn't take long for people to draw extremely hard narratives about, I would say, convoluted sets of facts. Yep. And I think that, you know, frankly, politicians sometimes have a position in doing this, because if you're catering to a base, and obviously, listen, everybody has to be aware of audience capture. In my industry, in politics, you have to be very aware of audience capture because you need to win votes.
This is very funny, Ben. Are you aware that of like audience capture? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of the fact that you kind of are selling out to MAGA? Although I already know why. I don't think he even cares. Because like we said, anything is preferable to the Democrats, because the Democrats are coming for your way of life, according to him, or at least that's what he seems to think. So,
but I mean, just to take as a recent example, what happened in Minneapolis, I think that the normie response to what happened in Minneapolis is, this is obviously a tragedy from a sort of legal perspective. You know, putting on my lawyer hat, the intent of Renee Good is not relevant to the question of the intent of the officer, right? If you're going to prosecute the officer, then you'd have to determine whether an objective, reasonable officer would have perceived that he was being threatened by her vehicle when he shot her. And it seems to me that you could voice a fairly strong defense in a court of law that an objectively reasonable officer, since he actually was nudged with the car at the very least, would have perceived it that way.
No, God damn it. No, they wouldn't have. That's so stupid. If you're not an idiot, if you're a reasonable person, like, also, by the way, even if that was the case, just move, dipshit. Step out of the way. You had plenty of time to fucking do it. Instead, this dumbass has his fucking phone out, and he takes the time to swap his fucking phone from one hand so that he can draw his gun. Like, he should have just moved. It's not like this person was some sort of dangerous, violent criminal. He could have, like, Jesus Christ. And like, by the way, Forerunner, I am even like I even appreciate Connor's position in the sense that he recognizes probably that the guy won't get charged, but he also brought up the like officer cause jeopardy, which I think is a big important thing here. And the fact that cops are taught not to stand in front of fucking cars because that's how you get killed. Yeah, then they prevent any medical aid afterwards. That was pretty fucking egregious. He's audience chained. I don't even believe it's about opposition to Dems. I mean, like, yeah, to a degree, I think he is, but I still think that, like, I do think that, like, part of it, at least for him, is about opposition to Democrats. Because at the end of the day, I think he probably would choose, like, I don't know. I feel like there are, it's hard to say, like, to figure that out, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that, isn't it even written in the fucking ICE manual? The ICE agent could have moved out of the front of the car. That's dumb. Yeah, he could have. And really, that's like the killer argument. Why the fuck didn't he just move? That's where Pisco got Chud yesterday, or a couple days ago in their debate. And that's when Chud started waffling and backpedaling because he could not answer the question of why the fuck didn't the guy just move? He also should have seen Renee Good turning her wheel, like to the right, indicating that she had no desire to hit him. It's all just very stupid. Yes, Pisco defeated Chud Logic with 1 HP, and you know that because throughout the second half of that debate, Chud continuously screamed, "You're so raped! You're so raped!" Like it. If you have to constantly yell about how much you're owning the other person and winning the debate, you ain't winning the debate. You're just coping. It's also incredibly cringe. You know, I mean, unless you're like, I guess, listing off examples of how the other person has failed to answer your questions or something. But like in that particular instance, that's not what was happening. Chud was just like, I don't know. He was way, way, way too fucking, like high on himself during that conversation. Like he literally went and read some things and then he was like, oh my God, I'm so awesome. And I'm just going to kill him. You know, yeah, I feel like Pisco was a little bit on the back foot at first, but as soon as all that shit came up about why didn't he just move, then like it was over. Chud just was cooked.
Now, this immediately broke down into two separate narratives, both of which I think are untrue. One was a narrative that was immediately pushed by the Trump administration and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, that she was a domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over officers with her car and was legitimately trying, not just this officer, but multiple officers. That was the original statement. I said at the time, I thought that was untrue. And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I just have to ask you about that. Yeah. That sort of thing makes our politics worse.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like ICE is out on the streets terrorizing people. And like a lot of the people that they've attacked have been like US citizens. There are stories of them like pulling people over and like scrutinizing people based on like their accents and all this other shit. Like it's fucking crazy.
And it does. Yeah. And our ICE officers obviously are not terrorists.
Yeah.
A tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, when it comes to ICE.
Oh, no, why'd you concede that? I mean, I guess I understand why he conceded that. Remember, guys, Gavin is just trying to do the reasonable thing. He's just trying to seem reasonable so he can win the independents. It's super cringe.
I mean, I'll ask you this just generally about policy with regard to ICE, because obviously it's become incredibly contentious given what the federal government is doing in states.
Even if it wasn't in an ICE manual, there are some universal principles of scene safety that are taught across agencies and countries. Well, yeah, I don't even think it was the ICE manual. It was just literally just like, I think there was like some federal law enforcement manual that it was in. And it just didn't, yeah, like it's obviously, like, I hate to use the term, but it is pretty common sense that you don't stand in front of a fucking vehicle that could run you over. You're never going to stop the car with your body. It's just a stupid idea. And in this case, the answer would have just been like, if she drives away, then like, write a warrant for her arrest and come back and get her later. Like, it's not like hell, that's even what the other person was saying. That's even what her wife was saying, like with that whole joke about, you know, like, oh, we don't change our plates, you know, it'll still be the same when you come talk to us later. Like, they kind of were expecting that would happen later on. And if that's what would happen, then that's what would happen. But I don't, like, you're not supposed to be a judge, jury, and executioner and just like kill people. You can just let her go and you can come back and get her later. It's not like she's a dangerous criminal who was going to like start running people down. And you didn't have any evidence to suggest that was the case either. Pisco was debating someone today that described Renee's vehicle as slowly rolling away safely after the shots. I had to stop watching because my brain started, what the fuck? But she did what? No. Like, she literally crashed into another car. There could have been people in that car too. The chaos is part of the design. It's intentional. Yeah.
It's like California. You know, it seems to me that there have been a number of deportations from red states, right, where there are governors and localities working with ICE. California is a sanctuary state, which makes it much more difficult for local law enforcement.
Based.
to hand over information to ICE about deportation status. What's the purpose of that? Wouldn't best policy
Only deport violent criminals who are illegally there. Give everybody else like fucking amnesty and a pathway to citizenship because they are productive members of society.
you're pragmatic. You talk about your pragmatism all the time. Wouldn't best policy be to cooperate with ICE in the vast majority of cases? So instead of ICE going to, as you say, hospitals and churches to pick people up, they'd be
They do.
going to jailhouses to pick
That's
people
exactly what they do in California. And we have over 10,000 that I've cooperated with since I've been governor of California. We work very directly with ICE as it relates to CDCR, our state prison. California has cooperated with more ICE transfers probably than any other state in the country. And I vetoed multiple pieces of legislation that have come from my legislature to stop the ability for the state of California to do that. So when it comes to the issues of violent criminals, when it comes to felons, people that are being released from the largest state system in the United States of America, California cooperates with ICE.
Okay, but why is it then? What makes it a sanctuary state?
Well, the broader sanctuary policies that are established, and we had a policy that was established under Governor Brown, SB 54. You have city sanctuary policies that go back quite literally to the time Ronald Reagan was governor, and it relates to some of the issues in Central America, sort of the origin stories. But the bottom line is relates to those policies. This notion that federal law should be enforced by federal law enforcement agencies, that we should not consign local law enforcement to federal responsibilities and prioritization.
Right, but shouldn't the state step in with localities and tell localities that they ought to cooperate better with ICE, thus to facilitate?
Well, I have sort of Rudy Giuliani's point of view, who made the point as an advocate for sanctuary policy when he was mayor of New York. He said it keeps people safer, healthier, and more educated. Safer in the context that it allows community members to be more likely to participate as witnesses of crime or victims of crime in going after the perpetrators, more likely to get an immunization shot if they're not worried about the nurse turning them over to ICE, more likely to go to school and get educated if they're not worried about the school crossing guard.
Okay, that was good. The fact that he invoked Rudy Giuliani there, like I don't know how popular he is, but it was good that he did that because that kind of shows like a sort of bipartisanship-ish thing. Because Giuliani is like now an insane Trump, like he's an insane like fucking Trump-tard dude. But even so,
crossing them and ultimately turning them over to ICE. So it's the tool of pragmatism because of the.
Kalinda, can you put some kind of sub count on your screen? Oh, you mean like a sub goal or a sub count? 463. Okay, yeah, I can try. Hold on. Here, we'll just keep playing this and I'll have a look.
Complete abject failure of the federal government. A sanctuary policy is unnecessary if we had comprehensive immigration reform and we had a federal response that was adequate to the task. But in the absence of that, it's grown from the 70s and 80s and 90s, 2000s. And obviously I got here as governor and we had an established framework before I got here.
But it is true that sanctuary policy obviously has had a massive impact as a driver of tremendous number of illegal immigrants in the state of California.
I don't know about that. I mean, you see in a lot of states that don't have sanctuary policies, huge increase in immigration, illegal immigration, massive increases, even far greater than the state of California. Just look as an example.
But in terms of the cost structure, I mean, you recently, for example, had to freeze the enrollment of undocumented immigrants in state health systems to save money, right? I mean, these are major burdens, no?
That's a separate issue. There are 12 states that provide health care for undocs, and we believe in universal health care regardless of pre-existing conditions.
My only point is that the cost structure is extraordinarily burdensome.
But I don't think in unpacking it, I don't think it's a sanctuary policies that are driving that. And I'll give you a proof point. Florida doesn't have sanctuary policy, huge increase in undocumented community, huge increase in Texas. It's not a driver, their sanctuary policies. They don't have sanctuary policies in those states. The state of California's policies, I don't think in that respect, have invited people into our state. And I use those as, I think, proof points of that. And that's a different. So the notion of how do you deal with people that are here 10, 15 years? How do you deal with mixed status families in the state? And how do you provide for health care as opposed to emergency care and stabilize populations and community health? It's a different approach. It's one that we've been very transparent about. It's one that's hardly unique because in every state, they provide compensated care for undocs at the emergency room. Many states provide it for children, many for seniors. California provides it across the board.
I mean, the biggest problem, though, as somebody who left the state, is that the cost structure in the state has become so burdensome, not just because of illegal immigration, but generally. And so the idea that policy has no impact as a magnet for particular human behavior or alienating people from a state, that's clearly untrue. And when you look at the homeless population, for example, friendlier policies toward providing services in Santa Monica
separate point, though. But now you're getting a homeless policy, not immigration policy.
No, but I want to stick with
up.
immigration policy.
No,
if you make it easier for illegal immigrants,
but let's stick with immigration
not to
policy.
avoid ICE, then presumably.
No, look, I appreciate this. So we've established important. I appreciate the question because I'm glad we've established that we do cooperate with ICE in California. In particular, this governor, who's, as I said, on multiple occasions vetoed efforts to stop me from that coordination for dangerous criminals, and we've done that over 10,000 folks.
So it'd be wrong for. So when AOC said this week that ICE should be abolished, you disagree?
Oh, I disagree. When I think a candidate for president by the name of Harris said that in the last campaign. I came out. I remember being on Chris Hayes hours later saying I think that's a mistake. So absolutely. Number two.
All right, sorry, hold on, guys.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Hennis here. In today's video, I'm going to be showing you how to add a live YouTube subscriber count to your OBS stream. Now, I already have 2 tutorials on this channel on how to add your live YouTube subscriber count to OBS, but unfortunately, one of them is no longer supported. And while the other one does still work, this
is from 2022, so I don't know.
New method that I'm about to show you is way more efficient and seamless. So the first thing we're going to do is open up OBS Studio, and then right here under Sources, you're going to right click, go to Add, and click Browser. And you can name this whatever you want. I'm going to call it Live Sub Count. Click OK. Now in this URL box, instead of going to a third-party website to get our sub count, which is no longer possible, we can actually get our channel's live sub count directly from YouTube Studio. So if you open up your YouTube dashboard and go over to the Analytics tab.
Oh, okay. I'm very sorry. Listen, you guys can blame ZJM for this. Hopefully this isn't a complicated thing. It's fine if you don't. Oh, no, I do want to. It doesn't look like this is complicated. This is a 3-minute video. So hold on here. I'll just move this over here. And then I'm in OBS.
And on the right side of the screen, you should see a spot where you can see your live subscriber count.
Okay. Is this a thing? Analytics. See live count. Oh, yep. Okay, there it is.
And this is built directly into YouTube Studio. And if you click See Live Count, you'll get a direct, 100% accurate live subscriber count for your YouTube channel. Now, what we can actually do is take this URL from our browser, copy it, and then paste it directly into OBS. Put it right here in the URL.
Oh, okay. I can figure out the rest of this. Whoops.
As it relates to the issue of sanctuary policy, I think it's important to establish, because it's not well established, sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates than non-sanctuary jurisdictions. So this notion that it somehow increases crime is also, I think, contradicted on the basis of the facts. So this notion that population, it becomes an attractive nature for population increases, I think, is contradicted by the facts. As it relates to crime, it's contradicted by the facts. But there's unquestionably, and you're right about this, as it relates to an expansion of services, but not just for sanctuary jurisdictions, for population, diverse populations. Yes, there are states like California that have chosen a different approach.
And that approach, I mean, means that when you came into office, for example, the budget was, what, $200 billion? And your proposed budget last year or this year?
Bar. And then for this next step to be a lot easier, I'm going to change my width and my height to 1920 by 1080. And then once I've done that, just click OK. Now, once we do that, we should see a login window in our browser source. Now, in order to see our live subscriber count, we have to log into our YouTube channel. So we need to actually interact with the browser source in order to type in our email address and password. So to do that, right click on live sub count and click interact.
Oh. One sec, guys. Oh, wait, I don't know if I can actually do this while I'm alive. Can I? Hold on. Okay. Oh, wait, I can't. Well, fuck me. Okay, I don't think I can do this here. Because I'm literally live right now, and I'm sorry, but I don't want you guys to like see all my shit. Plays classic Pokemon bicycle theme. Instead, I'll do something else We're just going to keep playing this.
$350 billion. You went from a surplus
240. The general fund's $248 billion. We have $42.3 billion additional revenue structure than we anticipated. By the way, another 2.8 came in December. And California is now replenishing its reserves, $23 billion, paying down pension obligations, $11.8 billion. There's no question there are cost pressures as it relates to Medicaid, and Medi-Cal in California. And those pressures are going to be made worse because of the big, beautiful bill.
Well, I mean, I think that the main pressures in the state of California in terms of kind of future costs looks like some of the programs that you mentioned, mainly, if we're going to look at it, CalPERS, CalSTARS, the fact that you have perhaps $500 billion in unfunded liabilities going forward.
Well, which we've substantially improved in the last 7 years. I just mentioned the $11.8 billion commitment. We've highlighted that in the State of the State to pay down long-term pension obligations. STRS and PERS, their funded liability has been improving over the last 5 or 6 years. Can't make up for the last 30 years. You may recall a decade plus ago, we did reforms for new employees moving in. We dealt with spiking and other issues and abuses in that space. We're hardly unique in this country as it relates to unfunded liability.
Or fraud issues, obviously.
And fraud issues. We can talk about fraud all day. I'd love to talk about that, and we could get back to that because I think it's an incredibly important topic. And California's been actually out front on a lot of these anti-fraud efforts, and I think there's a lot of BS in this space as it relates to sort of targeted assaults and offense that obviously are big, they're pain our politics. But I want to go back because we can get all this. I know everyone came here for all this stuff.
Of course. Before we do, I just want to ask, there's sort of a general take that I have, and that is, so I heard the podcast that you did with Ezra Klein. I think Ezra's wonderful. He and I disagree about nearly everything. and I think Ezra's really, really a fascinating person with a lot of really interesting and heterodox ideas. And he talked with you a lot about sort of governance, and you talked with him a lot about how you were trying to remove regulatory barriers to, for example, building units, right? Because when you came into office, you wanted to build, I believe it was 3.5 million units.
That was the stated need,
right?
Then we created a legal framework of 2.5 million,
and it will come up way short of that. But it's like 2030. And what is it? About 150,000 units that are being created.
Little less than 150,000. You're right, about 111, 100,000.
And this isn't a rip on you. I mean, because
it's been a major national issue, and the macroeconomics of this with interest rate environments and post-COVID environment.
I don't know if this will work or not, but now there's like a sub goal, but I don't know if it'll update, which is the annoying thing. But I guess we'll see, because the Streamlabs is so goddamn finicky. I'm actually thinking about switching to Stream Elements. We get it, Gavin. You like the Giants. I'm thinking about switching to Stream Elements and giving it a try, because goddamn, like Streamlabs doesn't work half the time. I feel like, I really like to use the Streamlabs chat overlay rather than the one that I'm using right now. But I don't think that it's gonna work, which is incredibly irritating. Like, I don't see any of your guys' chats. I'm literally live right now, and nothing comes up in the goddamn Streamlabs chat. Oh my god, wait, it's working. How much of a delay? Oh, yep, I see you there, ZJM. Okay. Test. Okay, that works. I'm going to add this.
I've made this housing crisis across the country.
Although to be fair, the housing crisis in California is particularly bad. I mean, there are places like Phoenix or Austin or there's
the original. I said yesterday or last week in the State of States, the original sin, our inability to get out of our own way and all the regulatory thickets.
Right. So
we blew through those in the last couple of years. 61 housing reform bills we just passed, and Ezra was highlighting that. Interesting. New York just moved in a direction. I think finally we Democrats broadly are moving now finally in the right damn direction after decades and decades. Democrats and Republicans in California neglecting this space.
Right. And I think that one of the problems that people see, and there's been a big question, you've asked it, you've talked about it a lot actually, about the frustration that people have with politics and the disenchantment that people have and the feeling that no matter what they do, they can't get ahead. And that's manifesting in a lot of political polarization. And this gets to, I think, a sort of broader issue. It's not just you. So I don't mean this to be a specific critique of you. I think it's a critique of a lot of politicians that I have.
Wait. Does Streamlabs not support YouTube emojis? Okay, maybe I don't want to use Streamlabs for the chat. Oh, hey, Scooter Gecko. ZJM is basically pressured me in a very friendly way to put a sub count or the sub count on the screen. So there it is. I don't know if it'll update or not, but there it is. For many years, I had my phone ringtone as Ben Shapiro laughed harmonized. Do look this up. And now my brain has trained to think of it whenever I see him. Ben Shapiro laugh harmonized. No, it's okay, Zedjam. Honestly, I appreciate you, and I appreciate Conduit. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Oh, Jesus. Do we need to add that to the soundboard in the Discord? Oh my god, I feel like I'm getting a phone call. How is it going to scar you? It's his classic laugh meme, but harmonized. It's just so weird. Yeah. And his face at the end. It goes from jarring to satisfying. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Left and right.
Yep.
And that is, you look at the system, you realize as the governor how complex the system is, how difficult it is to get things done, how much gridlock there is in the system. But politicians, in order to get elected, have to make a lot of promises about how much things are going to change in the future.
Yep.
And they usually are talking about using the power of government in order to facilitate and make that change happen, particularly on the Democratic side of the aisle. And it seems to me that that is a recipe for disaster for the American body politic. Because if you make promises that cannot be fulfilled, because the system does not allow for it to be fulfilled, people inherently end up frustrated. And, you know, I have relatives who still live in the state of California. I visit it routinely, and they're making a very good living. Right? I have a sister-in-law and brother-in-law who live in LA. They make a combined.
I just want to see if, oh yeah, it doesn't, okay, I don't know what's up with this. Supposedly this thing is supposed to support the better Twitch TV and the, and all those other emotes, but it doesn't look like it does, but whatever.
Excellent living, and they're barely making their mortgage. And the housing costs are too high. The cost of living.
I heard Trump finally got Nobel. Thank God it happened. Well, I mean, the Streamlabs one is supposed to support it, right? But I'm not sure. Like on Streamlabs, supposedly the better Twitch TV emotes are supposed to be enabled, but
Living is too high. I believe the
because those do work in YouTube. I have an extension installed that allows for it, but not everybody can see them and they don't show up on the overlay, so it doesn't even matter. Like when I did it here, it didn't even show up, so
poverty rates in California on a cost-adjusted basis are some of the highest in the nation.
Right there with Florida, correct.
Well,
when you look at the supplemental poverty index, when you look at poverty broadly, you find it's slightly above average. Supplemental, Florida and California, right
if you're looking at real estate costs in particular are extraordinary in the state of California.
And
As you say,
country,
you're trying to remove regulations, but the problem is that unless we are willing to recognize a fundamental reality, which is that the relationship of the American people with their government needs to change.
Oh, I agree with that.
And what that means is that we need to radically remove the regulatory structures that allow for more building, that we need to radically stop perverting markets when it comes to how we make.
I mean, you don't need to go that far. You can get rid of like regulations that are unnecessary, and you can reform zoning laws, you know, YIMBYs for the win, but you don't need to completely remove like regulation or like cut it back super far or whatever.
Housing policy, that we need to stop wasting money in taxpayer funding on things like, for example, a gigantic, you once called it a boondoggle, high-speed rail that is going to cost in excess of $100 billion in this.
But public transit's a good thing. As long as you like do it right, public transit is a good thing. We should have more public transit.
State, right. You know, the guarantee, and again, I see it rising on the populist right too, which is sort of a big government right, which is something I object to on a sort of classically conservative level. The promises.
Ben, you don't object to big government. You're fine with the government shoving its nose into every person's bedroom and policing their behavior. You just don't want it when it comes to big business shit.
That are made, that if you give government more power and more taxpayer revenue, that suddenly these problems are going to be alleviated. And the actual result, which is less ability to move, to do what my parents did, to move from a 2-bedroom small house in Burbank to a 4-bedroom, slightly larger house in North Hollywood. And then for me to go to a great state school like UCLA. And then for me to go to Harvard Law School and now to have a really, really nice house. You know, I did have a nice house in California before we left, obviously. You know, those obstacles need to be
Well, you sound like me. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, we get high-speed rail aside. You made my speech and my argument the last 3 years in terms of the housing reforms we pursued. Could not agree more. I highlighted the 61 bills just last year. I didn't highlight the 42 CEQA reform bills. The original, talk about process and regulatory.
Oh yeah, Chase, of course he is. He's also probably extra fine with it if those people are super anti-Israel.
Thickets, those environments.
Because, you know, like I said, Ben Shapiro is really right-wing on that issue. And, like, Ben Shapiro probably would suddenly stop giving a fuck or caring about free speech if it meant getting rid of people who, like, you know, don't really support Israel, especially if those people are immigrants. Actually, probably more so. I don't know if he'd agree with it if they were citizens, but in the case of being, like, I'm sure that if I look, I can find that Ben Shapiro supported Mahmoud Khalil getting detained and deported. And he'd probably justify it on the basis of the whole, well, he didn't disclose his relationships with UNRWA and, you know, all that shit.
Rules that were established, ironically, by Ronald Reagan himself when he was governor of California. So we've been in the process of doing precisely what you're suggesting we need to do, and we've been doing it very meaningfully and been nation-leading reforms in this space. Now, of course, the private sector needs to catch up in the context of interest rate environment becoming more favorable. But now we are cities and counties we put on notice. May you recall when I first became governor, I sued Huntington Beach, the first city, because they were out of compliance with their housing element. We established a legally binding goal of 2.5 million units. We talked about the stretch goal. What needed to get some equilibrium in our prices, the supply-demand imbalance, but we created a legally binding goal of 2.5 million.
So what can be done to make that happen in not Huntington Beach, but LA, San Francisco?
We created a housing accountability unit. We pursued 46 actions. We've unlocked.
But I guess the question is from like the common man perspective, right? From my perspective, where I left, I took my business, right?
Yeah.
From that perspective, how do we get to the material change? And if we cannot, then perhaps that requires a complete rethink. Now, come over to my classical libertarian economics here, Governor, is I guess what I'm saying, and maybe recognize that the amount of tax revenue that's taken in the state perverts the market incentives. That what's been generated in the state is a middle class that is really struggling. Vast social services for people who are at poverty line or below and slightly above. And then, you know, a group of people who are either so wealthy they don't care or so wealthy now they're leaving, right? Because of the prospective wealth tax, which I know you oppose, right? You understand markets. So that's why I'm always a little bit bewildered when there are measures taken by the state legislature that end up perverting markets in fairly serious ways.
Well, we can get into the crony capitalism, state capitalism, and the tithings from NVIDIA and
oh, hey, I was right. This motherfucker even wrote a fucking op-ed about it. He even wrote an op-ed about it for Yahoo News. Non-citizen terror supporters should leave the U.S. It should go without saying, but America does not need more Hamas sympathizers. Listen, bro, as much as I don't like that, it's their fucking free speech right. And you don't need to, like, forcefully deport them, because it's not against the law. But yeah. This guy basically, like, it's fucking thought crime shit over here.
AMD and
if he's not a citizen, he should be on his best behavior. Of course you're going to say that, Lannis. That's not how it works. Like, he had a green card. Okay? Like, you don't get to, you still have to follow the Constitution when it comes to people having green cards. And, like, somebody having shitty views does not mean that they should get deported. Unless he was, like, literally cooperating with Hamas. Yes, I know green card does not equal citizenship, but people with green cards are still, like, residents of the United States of America, and you still have to follow the fucking Constitution when it comes to them, and you can't deport them because they have views that you don't like, because that's against freedom of speech. Like, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't say in the Constitution, oh man, the Bill of Rights applies to everybody or only to US citizens. It sure doesn't apply to like anybody who's trying to immigrate here. Green card means that they were screened and approved for it. Yeah. Like I said, unless this guy literally was like fucking a member of Hamas who was like doing like undercover shit in the United States, then no. Yeah, I know that green cards can be revoked, but that's not even necessarily the process that they went through. They literally just went to this guy's house and fucking grabbed him. The due process, the lack of it was insane. They just went and arrested him. And like, I'm sorry, but I think that's silly. I don't think that he should have been deported for any of his campus activities. Al-Shara is granting citizenship to Kurds. Oh, that's interesting. Chase, if you have sources for any of this stuff, you should throw it in the stream suggestions. As long as it's not fucking Twitter. Like, I mean, I guess I'll take OSINT Defender, and then, like, I'll just say take it with a grain of salt, guys. But, yeah. I don't want random fucking tweets. I don't... You guys are out of control. Who is this person? Why? Why does everybody get their news from Twitter? Is this subtitled? Of course it's not. Okay, I'm gonna need someone to if someone wants to translate, if somebody wants to translate this video so that we can in any way verify that it's true, that'd be great. We got any Arabic speakers in the chat? I will, but I don't speak the language. I don't think we do. I don't see Dante here, and Sev's not here. And neither is Momo. Okay, yeah, apparently, Al-Shara is, granting, Syrian Kurdish rights and ensuring Kurdish education in Kurdish areas, returns citizenship to the Kurds who lost it in 1962, and declares, Newroz national holiday. I don't know what that, I'm just not going to read some of these comments. Jesus Christ. Based in red-pilled and woke jihad-pilled, true.
What's going on with Intel and what's happening with the Trump administration in that respect. But I agree with you broadly in all this. I mean, the fact is we've been tackling all. I can't make up for 50, 60 years. And you're talking about literally a 50-year trend line as it relates to the issues of cost of housing affordability. But I can talk in terms of the substantive actions we've taken, tripling their income tax credits for working families, creating a child tax credit, foster tax credit, doing more as it relates to pre-distribution opportunities.
How about radically lowering the income tax rates in the
state? California has tax. I mean, there's 16 states right now. Let's talk about those 16 states.
Why don't we talk about California? That's
I'm going to that tax their low-wage earners more than California taxes its high-wage earners. Let's talk about lowering those tax rates in those 16 states. How about the middle class? 40% of the middle class in Texas pay higher taxes than they do in California. We have the highest tax rate for the 1%, but the overall tax burden, and there's been independent analysis after independent analysis, is marginally higher than the national average.
Okay.
So the tax rate for the 1%, you're in that bubble. but 99% empirically are
as
not.
a person who grew up in California and spent my entire career in California, I paid every single tax rate in the state of California. I started off making, when I first got out of school and I quit the law firm, I was making maybe 60 grand a year.
So you started out paying less than you would in a dozen plus other states.
And I didn't
It's a
leave
progressive tax state.
I understand it's a progressive tax state.
Yeah.
The problem is that when I left, I also took 80 employees.
Yeah.
And there's somebody who's got to pay the bills for those employees, and that's typically not the state. The person who is paying the bills for the employees, and the person
As a guy who's created, by the way, you're talking to a guy who started right out of college, pen to paper, and started 23 small businesses. Literally 23. Created almost 1,000 jobs.
So you know, as a person who ran a small business, you wanted to pay salaries to your people.
Honored.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, it's not about the greed of the one.
And
I'm the same person.
I hated a lot of the regulations, and I've been fighting against a lot of those.
And having to fire people because of that stuff is awful.
I agree.
And losing your profit margin, which allows you to hire more people, is a bad thing. And when you're seeing, I mean, I've talked to
6-7 is over. Oh yeah, of course Ben Shapiro is going to make the argument about how like high taxes are not good, even if they are on like rich people or just on rich people.
Major tech founders who say today that they would not, if they had to do it over again, they would not found in California, specifically because of the regulatory and tax structure.
Well, let's talk about the largest startup in world history. It could have chosen any place to open its headquarters just recently. OpenAI and the folks there decided to open in San Francisco. I mean, it runs.
That's where the talent is. I mean, there's no question.
Therein lies the formula for success. California has more Fortune 500 companies than it's ever had in 20 plus years.
To be fair, you have 40 million people who live here.
Hold on, but 4 years ago that wasn't the case. Today it's the case. We have 58 Fortune 500 companies. When I started, it was 49. We're the 6th largest economy. Now we're the 4th largest economy.
So many
You look at the
excuses.
3.1 million jobs that have been created since I've been governor. You can look across the spectrum. I'm not denying its challenges, but those persist and exist in every other state. You move to a state that has higher insurance rate, higher car insurance, not just home insurance, has higher property taxes. Many of these red states, they have higher murder rates, lower wages, lower productivity, less innovation and entrepreneurialism. They're less contributory to the GDP of this country.
So, I mean, not to defend my current state, Florida. I mean, obviously you had a debate with Governor DeSantis where you guys had this discussion.
Yeah.
But I will say that, you know, some of the statistics that you use with regard to California are aggregate
Wait, Gavin Newsom actually had a debate with Ron DeSantis? That might be an interesting one.
statistics, not on a per capita basis. So I've heard you say, for example, that that California is the top innovation state because it has the highest number of new businesses founded. On a per capita basis, that isn't true.
How about on a per capita basis, more Floridians move into California than Californians to Florida?
I mean,
was it a good debate?
That's
per capita basis.
That's fine. And on the absolute,
okay, I just want to let's establish the per capita per capita murder rate. Let's look at infant mortality per capita.
Well, we can look at violent assault rates. We can look at property crime rates.
I don't know,
but it's not.
I mean, Jacksonville versus San Francisco.
California, outside of immigration, has had a net loss of population for the past several years.
But immigration is part of the secret sauce of California, going back to its origins.
I understand, but if you lose people like me and the 80 employees I took with me and members of my family,
I'm not happy about anyone leaving the state, but population's grown 3 years in a row. Last time it declined, it went down with 11 other states, and we lost 151 people.
If you're talking about immigration, if you're just talking about people who lived in California who are leaving, that number is high. And again, I'm not blaming that on you.
It could be the case in many, many states, as you know, across this country.
100%.
By the way, a lot of red states, which I'm surprised you guys don't talk more about. What about the last few years, all these red states losing folks? California has been the last few years. These red states are Louisiana, Mississippi. Let's talk about those states. Let's talk about the murder rate. Adding the top 10 murder rates in America are in red states. I think there's some real problems. The most regressive taxes in the country are in these red states. Who are you for?
I mean, the question really, again, you're the governor of California, not the governor of Louisiana. If I'm speaking with the governor of Louisiana, I'd be very happy to talk about.
I just never hear anyone talk.
Would you though, Ben? Would you?
The governor of Louisiana and the population decline.
Yeah, because the guy, I'm aware the governor of Louisiana, probably wasn't running for president, and also doesn't.
I don't know. Who knows? Everyone else seems to be running for president.
I never lived in
Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Running for president. By the way, let's get back to that. Bannon is running for president. He said.
Oh goodness.
You don't buy that?
No, I buy that Steve would run a vanity campaign in order to garner a few dollars and some more attention from himself. Sure, why not?
I'm gonna get back to all the California bashing here in a second because I know everyone wants to tune in on that. But I want to keep going a little bit, and just in the interest of you coming all the way out from that red state of Florida, because it is interesting, just in terms of just as you laid out the framework of the media environment in this country, and how fragmented it's become, et cetera. This notion of trust and truth, and how things are weaponized, and how everybody, society becomes how we behave, and how you indict a little bit my press office, which I appreciated the direct point you made on that. And I'm not naive about that. I think about that all the time when we put up a mirror to Trump.
It is crazy snowing outside. Goddamn. Canadian winters.
We become more like him. And are you complicit in that?
Not unique to you. Yeah. Obviously, we've had things at our company that have been said. That's not unique. I will say that I think that for elected politicians who are hoping for a better future where we all come together, it is a problem. And, I don't like the catastrophism. I've criticized it on the right, too. The sort of catastrophism that you see in a functioning democracy, which is what the United States is. It is a functioning republic. For example, when the president decided to push for redistricting, and then you push back with your proposition, I actually didn't have a problem with that. I thought, that is a normal use of the political mechanisms in order to fight back by one side against another. What I do have a problem with is if you go on Stephen Colbert and say your word, there won't be a legit election in 2028.
But I feel that. I mean, if I believe that.
Do you really believe that?
I really believe that.
But then why are you running? Or why would you consider it?
I want to make sure because we have agency, we can shape the future. It's not something to experience.
But I didn't believe it when President Trump said it. So President Trump said in 2020.
I think he wants, I believe in it. He tried
you truly believe that President Trump is going to try to run in 2028?
No, I believe that he'll try to wire the outcome in 2028. I really believe
this sort of stuff is very dangerous to me. I heard it from the right in the aftermath of 2020. And you'll recall I was one of the few on the right who said this is not true.
Yeah, but here's the difference, Ben. The difference is that on your side, Trump is legitimately trying to rig the midterms in his favor with bullshit like the gerrymandering that he is doing. And I think that's pretty insane. And Trump has also shown an utter disregard for democracy and democratic institutions because he flouts the law constantly, and he tried to steal an election, which I know that you know, because that you fucking talked about it. And now you basically just kind of ignore it. Ben Shapiro should listen more to Morsaid. It would make him a better person.
Right, that Joe Biden was legitimately elected in 2020, and that if someone could provide me evidence that he was not, that was sufficient to overcome the burden of proof.
What Trump tried to do.
Well, I mean, what is the thing that you think?
I mean, he's dialing up for 12,000 votes in Georgia. He ended up pardoning. I mean, were you supportive of every one of these parties?
I'm not justifying.
Try to light democracy.
I'm not justifying what he said to Brad Raffensperger over in Georgia.
Yeah,
Brad Raffensperger.
Fake electors.
By the way, did the right thing. I think Mike Pence did the right thing, by the way, in certifying the election. But my point is that when it comes to, if you want the country to continue to work together, then if you set the predicate, if I lose, it was rigged, and this is true for either side.
I can't stand that.
Then we need some objective metrics. Then if you're going to say that, we need some objective metrics by which we can adjudicate whether or not the election will be fairly decided. And it seems to me that just in terms of how elections are conducted globally, and again, I'm in favor of many of these sort of election reforms that have been proposed, for example, voter ID. I think it's kind of silly to argue that you shouldn't have to show ID when you vote. But do I think that we are at high risk?
Ben, are you in favor of mailing IDs to every single person who is eligible to vote in your country? Perhaps tying it to some sort of a thing that you can sign up for when you file your taxes every year, like what we do here in Canada, because that's what happens. We get mailed a voter card, which we can sign up for, because when I do my taxes, I essentially agree to pass that information on to, or like to pass my information on to Elections Canada, and then they send me voter cards every year. And like, that is a thing. If Republican, but that's not really what voter ID is about. So he'll try to make it about that, but I don't know if he would agree with that, because voter ID is actually about getting people who vote Democrat, or like it's about like making it harder for people who would normally vote Democrat to vote. It's pronounced Sade. I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I'm pretty sure they are attempting to change USPS rules now, or they already have. Oh, what? To make it so that you can't like mail like voter. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? I'm sorry, I forgot. That's what'll happen. They'll attempt to they'll turn around and they'll scream and cry about how that would be an insecure method, and like we can't mail voter IDs in the mail because they might get stolen. You know, the same with the mail-in ballot crap. And that's because I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Sade? Chat, stop talking about Sade. Lock in. Yeah, we're trying to watch this. Unless you guys want to watch something else. I don't know why they're talking about Sade. Yeah, I don't... Sorry, Kalinda, this is my fault. It's fine. You guys can talk about whatever. If you guys want to, you can. I don't care.
In the United States, of full-scale national elections with 150 million voters being stolen, and that the
I also have ADHD, which is why you guys take me off track so easily.
The elective leadership is then fundamentally illegitimate, which leaves you with no choice, presumably, but to go to the mattresses, which is what you don't want.
No,
like that sort of language, I think, is really
Hey, Godfather reference.
Yeah, and I don't see it on, but back to the point you were making earlier about the aggregate, we're talking about a few thousand votes here and there that ultimately determine that election for the nation on the basis of the electoral map. So I think it's more prone to concern than you may suggest.
But I think
and
that
concern, by the
pointing
way,
out specific problems so that we can actually agree on the specific
oh,
solutions.
I'm with you,
can
and
be a lot
that's why I'm calling it out now. And I try to provide evidence to back up my point as it relates to the Department of Justice and how it gets weaponized. And I've seen it from my party as well. Sure as hell seen it from Trump's perspective. What they try to do with the BORTAC teams on the day of the election here under Prop 50, where they send folks out and these guys all dressed up to try to chill free expression and free speech on election day, where Trump tweets out that morning saying this is a rigged election. The fact that he's out there suggesting that all the vote by mail is illegal and a bunch of illegal immigrants are out there doing all of these things. You start stacking them, including trying to rid midterm elections as it relates to changing the maps and what he tried to do on January 6th. Yeah, I start getting a little bit concerned.
I don't want to lump all those
this.
things in together because I don't
But
think
I think
they're all the same.
they're not all the same, but they stack together from my perspective. It's not one action. It's a sum total of all of those things, including sending out ICE.
But it's very difficult to argue.
Day,
It's very difficult to argue.
Here's
the thing: it's very difficult to argue over intentions because now I'm in the business of mind reading, which I can't do. I can.
Well,
I
Trump's not. He's telling you what he thinks.
I know, and I will
So it's not
criticize
even
him.
my.
This is such a stupid argument. This is what Trump will always fall back to. He's just going to use this as an excuse to deny Trump's very obvious intentions. Like, he tried to steal the election. He obviously wants to deport people. He obviously wants to deport Somali people. And that's the reason why he sent ICE all the way out to Minnesota in order to, like, do that shit. It's just really, really stupid to just say, like you could just listen to what he says. But all of these people are just constantly, like, basically ignoring anything that he says.
When he says
or they just dismiss what he says as he's just being crazy.
what he thinks, I'll criticize. So, for example, when he said 2020 was a rigged election, he said, you'll recall, in 2020, on the night of the election, he said, I won, before all the results were in. I came out before anybody, and I said, that's wrong. The election is not over yet. All the votes have not been counted. Right? So I try, and I think the responsible thing to do is, and I don't always do this, but I think that the responsible thing to do is to try and hone in on the specific behavior. So, you mentioned that it would be election rigging, if President Trump is pushing for gerrymandering in Indiana. I don't think that's election rigging. I don't think it's election rigging when you gerrymander in California. I think that is a long practice part of American politics. Yeah. And I don't think that you did anything wrong, actually, in pushing for it in California, as much as it does not benefit the party that I tend to vote for, right, and of whom I'm a member, of which I'm a member. So, when the general tenor, and this is what I see in democratic crises that you see around the world, one of the things that I see is both sides saying, if the other side wins, it was rigged.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, though.
Both
I want to
sides.
double down on.
Wait, what do you mean? You've seen it? What? I mean, I don't think that that's nearly as big of an issue, at least not in America on the left, as it is on the right.
Being crystal clear, I can't stand that any more than you can stand that. I couldn't agree with you more. I'm concerned about the inputs between now and 2028, including concerned about folks that you know well, Steve Bannon and others, saying there'll be a third Trump term. The fact that I was in the
I think Steve's totally full of shit. And by the way, I think that people should stop giving Steve attention for saying things that are complete horseshit.
And I appreciate that. But should I give attention to Donald Trump when I sat there in the Oval Office for 90 minutes and he tells me to turn around and there's a picture on the wall or painting on the wall of FDR, and I look at him and I smile and he goes, I said, oh, here's the third term. He goes, what about 4 terms? Should I take him seriously?
Okay, so
should I take him literally?
I will say,
I don't know. I'm just a question.
I know, and my general
That's
answer,
the president.
And my general answer to this is, if we've watched Donald Trump for 10 years, and we're still doing the thing where we all take him explicitly literally, I think that
Maduro did.
So people
or has.
Okay, it turns out Maduro should have. But one of the things that
I mean, I can't with this argument anymore. This is so stupid. He said that he was going to do a bunch of the shit that he's currently doing. He said he was going to do mass deportations. That's now what he is attempting to do. Other people around him talked about shit like ignoring the courts, and then that's basically now what he's doing, at least some of the time. He had an agenda and he's carrying it out. He's all over the place on fucking Ukraine. Which I mean, I guess Ben doesn't care about that, even though apparently he used to. I mean, I suppose that because Trump is basically bending over for Netanyahu. Ben is probably happy about that, but it's just, and he's obviously super hawkish on Iran, and but he said that he was going to do a bunch of shit. And now he's doing it. But I guess you're probably happy about all that stuff, so it doesn't matter, and you're just going to downplay all the really bad stuff that he's supposedly exaggerating. It doesn't matter if he's exaggerating. It's still really bad that he's saying these things. You're not... It undermines, like, confidence, and it's not normal, and it's not something that we should normalize. If anyone wants to be an obnoxious pedant and make all the friends, gerrymandering is supposed to be said with a hard G. Gerrymandering? Gerrymander? Oh, gerrymander. I see. Wait, no. Jerry. I thought the guy's name was Jerry. Am I not saying it with a hard G? I can't think of any other way to say it. And you can't criticize people like Gavin for listening to Trump. And everyone says it wrong. Jerry. But I feel like Jerry feels wrong because then you're basically like, why is it spelled Gerr and not Garr? Oh, I guess why? Because then it'd be gerrymandering. I mean, I guess Jerry, but that's still, but then it's like, it's with a J. I think I've heard Jerry, or I think I've heard like gerrymandering, but no, gerrymandering. I've never heard anyone say gerrymandering. Really? I hear gerrymandering all the time. It's the guy's last name. It's either gerrymandering or gerrymandering. Huh. I mean,
gerrymandering.
All right, fine. This is your fault, Tuckman.
Gerrymandering is a real problem.
The Supreme Court announcing they will take up a major case on political gerrymandering.
It is time to say hasta la vista to gerrymandering.
As the Supreme Court debates political redistricting, there's a different argument brewing outside the High Court, that we're all pronouncing gerrymander wrong.
She said he should know that his district was the first to be gerrymandered. I said, no! Gerrymandered is how it should be pronounced.
There's a term called gerrymandering. Some people say Jerry, but it was Gary, Gerry.
My real name is Gary.
Gary? Yeah, Gary. The term originated in an 1812 Boston Gazette cartoon, making fun of Massachusetts Governor Elbridge Gerry. The cartoon criticized him for drawing a district map favorable to his party.
It looks like a dragon. That's so good.
The map looked like a medieval salamander, hence gerrymander. And Elbridge Gerry pronounced his name with a hard G, not the soft G Jerry. Just ask Alex Trebek.
Who is it? Jerry.
It's pronounced Gary, but it's Elbridge Gerry.
Well, the gerrymander is...
I know.
Okay.
That's one of those weird things about our language.
Or one of Elbridge Gerry's descendants.
You know, the correct pronunciation is Gary, not Jerry. It's not gerrymandering. It should be gerrymandering.
But almost everyone says gerrymander. The Supreme Court justices all say gerrymander, well, all but one, and only a few purists remain.
At conferences, in classes, when I'm with colleagues, I'm often the only person who resorts to gerrymander. But I'm fighting the good fight. I think it's the right pronunciation, and it does justice to the person whose name it got attached to.
So how did we get the Jerry pronunciation? It all goes back to that cartoon.
This is prior to radio. There was no audio transmission except word of mouth. And so the word gerrymander traveled further and faster than the pronunciation of the family name of Gary. Language moves, it changes, it transforms.
And the practice of gerrymandering has changed and transformed too.
Now with map drawing.
Well, now you're saying it wrong, WSJ lady.
Things are so different. Back when Elbridge Gerry was drawing his infamous gerrymander, It was basically a quill and paper approach that was pretty crude. Now with new technologies for map drawing, with increased data, you can have a gerrymander basically without the funny shapes. I think moving forward with gerrymandering is a good way of marking out the fact that what's happening now is very different from what's happened in the past.
So which is right, Jerry or Gary?
We are long past the pronunciation gerrymandering, and any attempt to make us go back to that pronunciation would be a mistake. Nearly the entire world says gerrymander, so say gerrymander like the entire world.
I said, everyone, and I mean everyone, says gerrymander. She said everyone is wrong.
Rip. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna continue to say gerrymander. I can't help it. But I'll try to remember that. I'm sorry for that, everyone. That's actually really interesting. Thank you. That was a neat little piece of history that I was not like I knew that it came from a dude who did that, but I wasn't aware of that particular cartoon thing. And I didn't know that we're all mispronouncing his name correctly. But I mean, you know what? Get fucked, Eldridge Jerry. Because that you're responsible for all of this garbage.
I remember I would get this critique about President Trump a lot. Is President Trump, who, as I've said multiple times on his epitaph, it will read 45th and 47th presidents of the United States. He said a lot of shit. Like the thing that
he said a lot of shit. He undermined the institutions of your country. He didn't just say a lot of shit. This is such a downplay. This is such a whitewash. Ben is literally doing that sane washing garbage just because, like, if Trump was a Democrat and he did any of the shit that Trump, the Republican, is doing, all of these people would be losing their fucking minds. I'm so sorry. I'm getting very triggered. Like the fact that Kaiser Wilhelm is responsible for daylight savings time. Oh yeah, wait, I didn't know that either. But also, you know what? A part of me wants to say I like daylight savings time because that when daylight savings time begins, I feel like after that point, days start getting longer and I start getting happier because it means that summer is coming, and summer is my favorite time of the year. Oh, that reminds me, I need to buy that walking pad so that our future streams can be me getting triggered while I react to videos as I exercise by walking. We will lose weight, or at least I will. Although if any of you also wish to exercise, that would be good. Look out the window, Galinda. I am looking out the window. It's fucking snowing. You will never see summer again. Yes, I will. I saw it last summer. We don't do daylight savings time in Arizona. I will always prefer it. I mean, honestly, I know it's literally just like a dumb placebo thing. Like we need more sunlight. It's a dumb placebo thing where it's like, ooh, daylight savings time. You gain an hour based, but like we don't really need it realistically.
Like, I'm not going to pretend. I take my presidents a little more seriously.
See, I don't think you do. And this is the thing where I really doubt it. I see a lot of people Trump will fire off a random tweet, and everybody kind of laughs because it's President Trump. If I'm going to pretend that is coming from the same thought process as whatever comes from Joe Biden's press office, which went through 7 layers and maybe not the president,
very different.
Then I'm not going to pretend that's the same thing because I'm not.
I mean, it probably did go through the president. Yeah, it's not the same thing, Ben, but the problem is, and he admitted this, you grade Trump on a curve. You literally think that you approve Trump. You approve of him because, again, you would, as long as it's a Republican, you're going to make excuses for it. Unless the next Republican nominee is fucking Nick Fuentes. I feel like that might be the only thing that might make Ben become a Democrat. And even then, I don't fucking know. Actually, no, it probably would. Because he at least has enough self-preservation to recognize that.
Idiot,
And that's, look, and by the way, I could not agree even more. And that's, I think, reflected in the humor I'm trying to put back in on my social media.
And actually, I think it's kind of a problem for you, because I think that, frankly, the stuff that you're doing is more thought out than the stuff that President Trump does. Meaning, I think that President Trump is waking up at 3 a.m. if he went to sleep at all, and he's firing off stuff on Truth Social, right? And so am I supposed to take that as seriously as you, in a methodical fashion, saying, you know what, I'm going to prank him back? And I think that people people who are your supporters do take you in that way more literally than they would be apt to take President Trump.
I think, a lot of my supporters have been offended by what we're trying to do, but no, look, and a lot, I think, appreciate the humor that we bring to it, and I do think I think it's reflected in I think a sense of agreement that we have in that respect as it relates to what Trump puts out all the time. But
like, if you win the 2028 election, I will call you president of the United States, right? Because that election will be legitimate, and if it's J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or whoever else,
as I was, as an American, I called Donald Trump president of the United States, Mr. President. I mean, of course, and so I'm with you on that.
Yes.
On the outcome, but that doesn't suggest that I believe for a second, and you haven't respectfully convinced me that I'm wrong or errant, that he won't do everything in his power to manipulate the outcome. I think it's time of life. If he was 20 years younger, I absolutely believe he'd run for.
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible that if Trump were younger, he would run for a third term. I don't think that that's outside the realm of possibility. Given that all the other shit that he's managed to get away with. But I mean, I guess it'll depend on certain things, like how the Supreme Court rules on things like birthright citizenship, in terms of whether or not he feels empowered to basically ignore stuff that is written explicitly in the Constitution.
Third term, but at time of life suggests that that's not going to be the case. But I do think he's going to try to hardwire.
This also implicates. You see the reason I'm concerned about this, because it also implicates the guardrails. So as you've talked.
I mean, those guardrails ain't doing too well right now, Ben. Ben is one of those, it's fine, the guardrails held, therefore let's elect Trump again. They ain't doing so great right now. He defunded an entire U.S. agency and destroyed soft power, and he did all of it without Congress. He is ruling by executive order. He's like firing people. He's literally doing quid pro quo shit, like with Eric Adams and stuff. I mean, the guardrails have kind of been sucking with regards to like reining him in. The fact that like there is some stuff there, and the fact that he's too much of a pussy to actually try is like, I think, helpful, because he seems to only want to do things that are not like super risky. But even so, it's still really scary, the extent to which he has undermined people's faith in like democratic institutions and the democratic system. And all of his supporters basically seem to just want a king.
About in your state, there's a lot of gridlock, right? There are a lot of various moving parts. When you're trying to get something done at the state level, you've got local governments that can impede you. You've got a legislature that can say no to you, right? You've got a bunch of it. You've got a judiciary that will tell you no in certain areas. There's a ruling a couple weeks ago that I strongly agree with from the judiciary with regard to, for example, school districts and what they can and should tell parents about their kids.
That's going to be thrown out, but I will get to that Benitez decision. Yeah.
But when it comes to what President Trump is or is not trying to do, the problem is when we say that he will try to steal election. Will the election be stolen? That relies now on an opinion about, for example, the Supreme Court of the United States, or an opinion about the various state legislatures and courts. And so now you're not just implicating what President Trump might try to do, you're now implicating pretty much every major institution that is electoral in nature in the country.
There's a lot of evidence, and I know both sides have argued a lot of evidence as it relates to the weaponization of justice and the bias that's expressed in a lot of these federal judicial opinions. And it's a little alarming. I mean, as a father of a judge who reveres the courts, and as someone that I was very proud, my father may have been accused of being an activist judge, but he in many occasions calling balls and strikes, and I revere that sense of justice. That's where justice is found, with an objective analysis. But no, I do worry about the Supreme Court. You may not. I'm concerned about the Supreme Court of the United States. I'm concerned about what Donald Trump did after January 6th, to the degree that he went to ultimately try to stay into office. Yes, I'm concerned about the actions he's taken, not any one of them from the midterm redistricting, but the sum total of many of them. And yes, I'm concerned if we don't take back the House of Representatives and we have no oversight and we continue to have the supine Congress, we may not have a country that we recognize. I really believe that. I do.
And it's fine to believe all of those things. I will say that to articulate them as though they are all of equal levels of alarm, or that the sum total of them is that if we don't win the next election, the country's over, which again is something that they
downplay. No one's necessarily saying that the country is over, but like, it's certainly like, it's what he said. It'll look quite a lot different.
You hear
America's descent into fascism will be slower than Germany's descent was, but I mean, it can still happen. And I guess, like, obviously Ben doesn't want to believe that, because like I said, he's the Weimar conservative who thinks that he can control Trump. Although technically the Weimar conservatives were actually monarchists, so it's different. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much like Ben actually cares about you. It's going to be the most important election of our lifetime. Are you talking about the midterms or the 2028 election? I would say the midterms are going to be incredibly important.
Very often from the right too. I think that sort of alarmism is quite bad for American politics, and I don't think that anyone who's in electoral politics actually believes that, because I promise you that if a Republican wins in 2028, a Democrat will then run in 2032, and if the reverse is true, the same thing will happen.
Yeah, I agree with that. Look, I do. I just the level,
and I think the American people should know that, because it gives them a sense. Okay, I didn't win this time, but I might win next time. And once the American people start to believe they can never win, or their side is
yeah, but what about the amount of damage that the other party is going to do?
Always cut out.
Ben, I love what you're saying.
And I don't know, like, also we have yet to see the extent to which, like, that gerrymandering shit is really bad. And if Trump actually manages to convince other states to do that, like...
The spirit of what you're saying, I completely concur with. I have a different level of anxiety based upon my own direct experience, not just direct experience with Donald Trump. My concern about the rule of law, this notion of co-equal branch government. In your book, you talk about sort of the fundamental Judeo-Christian values in this country with the best of the Greek democracy.
I hate this Judeo-Christian values shit. The United States was not founded on Judeo-Christian values. It was founded on Enlightenment values, which isn't the same thing. You could argue that, like, there are aspects of, like, I guess, like, Judeo-Christian or Christian values or whatever within, like, Enlightenment stuff, but there's like the separation of church and state is like an Enlightenment concept. All of these things are America was like the test tube for like all of that Enlightenment philosophy shit. And the founding fathers were products of that time period. It's just, but like all this Judeo-Christian value crap, this is just stuff that the religious right does. Oh my God, what the fuck? I don't think this USB hub is long for this world. Anyway.
I worry about those principles of our founding
I worry about
fathers.
checks and balances too.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think that the best way to do that, actually, and this would benefit you as governor of the state, is devolution of more authority back down to the states, devolution of more governmental authority back down to the local levels, and more robust checks and balances of the
Your lips to God in the White House's ears. Yeah, I'm a little.
And I hope you remember that if you become president.
This notion of federalism and 10th Amendment. Yeah, I remember. You know, the red states were arguing for that during those Obama years. God bless you. No, back to your being more consistent, and I respect that, and that's why we're here. And I respect you, and I appreciate this opportunity to engage, even though obviously we have fundamental disagreements on a lot of these issues. Maybe not fundamental, just disagreements on a lot of these issues. Let me go back to some of the disagreements, and I don't want to paint too much and color this in, because as a Democrat, it's in my interest to do so. But you got a lot of attention for going recently to America Fest, Turning Point USA. You made a terrible decision of being the first speaker. That's just me saying editorially. What the heck were you thinking?
That is not my decision, right? They invited me. They gave me a slot. That's
just your luck, because then every speaker can come on and
that's okay.
attack.
You know, I got to say what I wanted to say, and then
so paint the picture. What did you say? So people tuning in don't know what the hell we're talking about.
Oh, now they're going to get into it. They're probably going to talk about certain things that certain people are going to get angry about.
You went in and a pretty somber time. You know, Charlie's widow was there. You had a lot of, the sort of branded celebrities in the right, and Candace Owens was there. And
Candace was not there, to be fair.
But became part of the conversation.
She definitely was part of the conversation.
And Bannon and Megyn Kelly, others, so many others. Certainly Tucker Carlson. So give us a sense. What did you say, and why did you say it? And why did you choose that moment to say it?
So the reason that I chose the moment to say it is that Candace Owens, who has some issues of her own. She has been saying since Charlie's death that there was effectively a conspiracy to kill him. She's implicated pretty much everybody, ranging from, believe it or not, French intelligence to the Israelis to various friends and family members, possibly, of Charlie in his murder. Yeah. And there have been an enormous number of people in the influencer space on the right who have gone along with this, who have massaged it, pretended not to notice it, tried to defend her, tried to pretend that it was an aspect of, that questioning her was an aspect of free speech, which, of course, was a violation of free speech, rather, which, of course, it isn't. Criticism is not a violation of free speech. It's a form of free speech.
Thank you.
And so I got up on stage and I basically gave a speech saying our responsibility as people with influence in the public space, we have some responsibilities, and those responsibilities include truth above all. Yeah. We ought to be clear about what we believe. We should not hide the ball. We should not allow, quote unquote, friendship to trump what is true. Just because you're friends with someone does not alleviate the responsibility for you to say when they're doing something that is wrong or immoral. We should not engage in audience capture. Just because our audience wants us to say a thing doesn't mean that we ought to say it. And we ought to ensure that we are held responsible for the things that we say and also the people that we have on and how we question those people. So, of course, anybody has the right to have anybody on their show who they want, and then they should treat those people how they want to treat those people. I mean, if I were to have on somebody who's, in a deeply adversarial position, I think what's great about this conversation is you can see how adversarial we are with regard to some of our positions, but at the same time still have the discussion.
You know what? I feel like even though it might be painful to do so, I'm probably going to have to watch Tucker Carlson's interview with Mr. Fuentes, just because of what Doobie said about it yesterday. Even though I feel like that seems insane to me. Like, Tucker did not seem like he pushed back at all, at least not based on any of the stuff that I saw. Or if he did, it seemed like it was probably like the lightest pushback imaginable. Like, it's not like Nick doesn't know how to have a debate. He has debated multiple people. It's not like he's scared to, but I hate them. Yeah, I hate them too, Tuck Van Marsh, but I mean, like, don't you also hate, like, Ben Shapiro too? Isn't that the point? It's the latter. Oh, he just gives, like, well, I mean, you know what? I should probably watch it anyway instead of, like, letting my opinions of it be shaped by, like, clips that I saw. Even though I don't think I ever saw, like, none of the streamers that I watched it or whatever. Oh, I know you're not a Ben fan, but
if you are going to have on, for example, as Tucker Carlson did, Nick Fuentes, who is a self-stated Nazi apologist, and then you're going to treat him with kid gloves, then you ought to be held responsible for that in the court of public opinion. And if we as influencers do not do that job, if we lie to you, if we fib to you, if we make predictions which we are then not held responsible for, if we hide behind quote unquote just asking questions, this is one of my bugaboos. I hate it. You hear this a lot in the influencer space, mostly on the right, but some on the left as well. This sort of
oh wow, exceedingly uncommon Ben Shapiro W.
I'm not putting out a theory. I'm just asking questions. Well, there's a difference between seeking answers and just asking questions. Seeking answers, that's what questions are for. It's to get better information, more clarification. I should have a better idea after the question of the answer than I did before. Just asking questions is usually a guise for willful ignorance and for positing a theory without having to carry the responsibility for positing that theory. So if I say, I'm just asking questions about whether you have peculiar sexual proclivities, I don't have any evidence. I'm just asking the question.
I personally love Ben Shapiro for his liberal takes in favor of human rights. Good one. Ben is more palatable. Nick and Tucker are scum of the earth. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Although, like, I guess it really depends. Like, Ben is still like a huge bigot. It's just that he's just not. I don't know. It's because he's a more old school Republican, and so he probably doesn't come across as like much worse like those other two guys do. I mean, for all that he's saying here, I guess, I don't know, like, Ben Shapiro does seem to perhaps, like, care about democracy. It's just that the issue is that he has deluded himself into thinking that Trump is not a danger to democracy, which is very silly. And I think that just goes back to the whole, well, you know what, anything's better than the Democrats. Or maybe he is just audience captured. Who the hell knows? Ben isn't entirely a fraud. He does have some genuine beliefs. Yeah, of course. I'm sure that that's the case. Also, I think Tucker Carlson has genuine beliefs too, namely the white nationalist shit. And probably like the anti-Semitism to some degree, because I don't think that like I don't know, like Ben Shapiro's been, or not Ben Shapiro, sorry, Tucker Carlson was doing that George Soros shit a long ass time ago. And the ADL yelled at him about it. And like about him pushing great replacement crap.
And then you say, well, where is that even coming from? Listen, I'm just asking questions. I'm not asking questions. I'm obviously attempting to impute something to you. This is what this speech was about. I named names in it. I mentioned Tucker Carlson. I mentioned Megyn Kelly, who had sort of gone out of her way to massage Candace Owens in her pursuit of bizarre conspiracy theories about Erica and Charlie's murder. I mentioned Steve because I think Steve has been doing many of the same things. And so that was the speech at Amfest.
And that you felt it was necessary to name names as opposed to imply. You just felt it was important to be clear.
Yes, because I think that people should know exactly who they're listening to, particularly since they're going to hear from some of those people at the same event. And so I thought that people should, be forewarned about the people they're going to hear about. Then they can make their own decisions and determine whether my assessment of those personalities is accurate or inaccurate.
And the reaction was exactly as you anticipated?
I think that the reaction in the room was, I think, overwhelming, because a lot of people were very upset that people had been saying this about Charlie's murder, which again was carried out by all available evidence, by a person motivated by hatred of Charlie's position on transgender issues in particular. And all the evidence points to Tyler Robinson as being the person who shot Charlie Kirk. And so I think that a lot of people in the audience were deeply offended and upset, correctly so, at the kind of specious conspiracy theories that have been promoted by this group of folks.
Damn, you saw how Ben hesitated there? I was very surprised. I was half expecting that he was going to rattle off a bunch of shit, like, Tyler Robinson having like a trans like partner and all this other stuff that isn't really and hasn't. I don't think I've seen any evidence that substantiated it. It looks like he's probably just a gay dude and like he had a partner. And given that everybody else was given that so much of the other stuff around it, like he lives in fucking Utah, where people probably just saw that and were like, oh, it must be trans, because Utah is incredibly socially conservative. But I don't know. I just haven't really seen, like, at the most, Robinson's partner was maybe like a femboy or something, but that's not the same thing as being trans. So I don't fucking know, man. It's just.
The sort of blowback that came afterward was really interesting. There were a lot of people who obviously were very upset, and many of the people who I named, I'm not surprised, came back and fired back. I will say that I don't think any of them actually argued with the point that I was making. They seemed to make collateral attacks, imputing intent to me, suggesting that my speech had something to do with Israel, which is funny since I didn't mention Israel one time in the entire speech. And I found that sort of bizarre. And then obviously you've seen sort of the influencer wars going on, but the whole point.
The Mormonite entity must be abolished. Listen, if they want to like chill and do their shit, whatever, just don't fucking like push it on other people. That's the issue. But of course they do, because that's what happens, because none of these fucking like crazy religious conservative loons can ever like not try to change the laws in order to shove their religion on everybody else.
The point that I was making is, here's a principle. Either you uphold the principle or you don't uphold the principle. If you don't uphold the principle, I'm going to call you out for not upholding the principle. And it really is quite simple. It's not about friendship. It's not about whether we go fishing together. None of that has anything to do with the principle that's at stake. Because if we want to have an honest discussion with one another, then we actually should be honest about the principles that we hold. And if we disagree, we disagree. But clarity before agreement, as my friend Dennis Prager says.
Were you close with Charlie?
I don't want to pretend that we were best friends or anything. Right. One of the things I said in the speech is I think that it's pretty rare actually in politics for people who say that they're friends in politics. These are usually not people you're going and hanging out with on the weekends. It's not real. Okay, like whenever you hear politicians, oh, we're best friends. It's such bullshit. I'm sorry. It's just bullshit. There may be a couple of exceptions. Yeah. They're rare. Okay. The reality is that they are business colleagues and associates in the same way that most people have business colleagues and associates that they see at the office. We see each other more rarely than you probably see your business colleagues or associates at the office.
You respected how he organized in the campus level? I mean, Charlie, all the echoes of things you were doing.
Listen, Charlie was incredibly gifted as an organizer. Yeah. I won't say that we agreed on everything politically, because clearly we didn't. But I think that.
I'm trying to decide if I want to continue this or not. I think I might end, because that there's not really much, and maybe I might finish this tomorrow, just because that I really want to get back to editing that stuff so that I can get, there's something that I need to do. I need to fix Loner's audio, because he is like way louder than the other people. It is very often that I need to remind myself religious people are normal people who I'm friends with, because some religious politicians and orgs are pushing for so much religious extremism. Yeah, like, listen, I don't care about religious people. And obviously, like, like really religious Christian people can and have done like good things in the world. My issue is just if they try to like force their beliefs on everybody through law, then I have a problem with it. Like, you just, if you personally don't like abortions, then don't get an abortion. But it doesn't mean that you should deny other people the right to do so. And if you personally, don't want or don't like gay marriage, then don't get gay married. But like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, you just have to learn to live and let live. Because it's not actually harming you. None of that stuff is actually harming you. Although, like, obviously they'll make an argument that abortion is because of all the shit about life or whatever. But that's like a difference. That's like a philosophical discussion that one could have. But I think that like all the other stuff is just stupid. It's just like these people are snowflakes and they can't stand seeing two men or two women kissing or holding hands in the street. And they act like this is like an affront to like their entire way of life when it like, bro, just like get over it. It's not that big of a deal. But obviously they think that it is. And if it really bothers them that much, then they should go live in a country where like that stuff is prohibited. I'm sure there's plenty of like shitholes that they can move to that are like that, you know. Go live in Russia. If you're like if you hate the gays that much. Although that doesn't really work out so well, but you know. Anyway, yeah, I have to I'm working on the or the thing for the video for when Loner came on my stream, and I need to fix the audio because that Loner is way louder than the other people and his mic is kind of blown out because he's on like his onboard laptop mic. And like that's going to be annoying. So I'm going to see if I can find, I think there's like some programs that'll let me use AI to do it because it would be such a pain in the ass to literally go through every segment of this, like basically 2.5 hour video where he is talking and then not also turn the audio down of the other people who are talking. Because I tried doing normalization to it and all that did was just turn the entirety of the volume down and everybody else is fine. Loner's just really goddamn loud. And I would kind of like to fix that because it kind of triggers me when people just release videos where the audio isn't balanced. And I really should have caught that too, and I didn't. I should have recognized that that was a that was an issue. And I should have turned Lonerbox down that night, but I didn't. So it would actually be great if I could find a way to fix that. I know there's some AI tools out there that you can do it with. I might even be able to do it with Audacity and some sort of AI tool. Because AI can be really useful for shit like that, which is nice. And then you just got to check it manually. Yeah, I kind of want to do that. And I want to go eat dinner and stuff. Because I'm really looking to, I need to get some segments out. I would like to. I think that would also be helpful in like growing the channel and stuff. But yeah. I mean, it's almost 4 hours. We can like go for 10 more minutes, I guess. That's fair as yeah, and also then I can get that sub counter to work too when I go offline. And also Fellrunner wants the Doobie debate from yesterday. I need to get that out too. And have like a thumbnail for that. Yes. I have to figure out what the thumbnail is that I want to be. I'm actually quite proud of my previous thumbnails. It's your stream, you do what you want. True. And I mean Hutch is live, so you guys can also go watch him, but I mean this isn't too bad. I feel like Gavin's not like he is pushing back against Ben Shapiro in some ways here, whilst with like I don't think he's just like rolling over and agreeing with everything he's saying. Which is nice. So I mean that's something at least. All right, one sec. Hi. Kitty. You can just wait a second. You can just wait. It's not a Hassan stream. Chair again, this I cannot abide. I'm not playing the video. If this were a Hassan stream, then I would have left the video playing. But since I don't have my wireless earbuds here, yeah. Let's just listen to this for a bit longer.
You know, Charlie as a person who was willing to go into fraught spaces, obviously, and he was killed doing this, and to speak his principles to people who disagreed and do so.
I didn't realize that this was this long either, guys. I thought that this wasn't going to be this long, so that's kind of the other thing.
In what I think overwhelmingly was sort of an honest and decent fashion. I think that was a very good thing.
What Tucker Carlson and you history do you?
I mean, I'm not sure that we have a history so much as Tucker seems to object to my politics and I object to his. I think Tucker tries to personalize this. I think Megan has tried to personalize this. I don't believe in personalizing these things.
Does it matter for algorithm if you hit 4 hours? I have no idea. I just feel like 4 hours is a good metric for a minimum amount of stream time. And it seems like based on average that is what a lot of people say. But I could be wrong about that. I actually don't know if it matters. Hold on, let me check.
I was asked by somebody, you know, would Tucker and I ever be friends? I said, I'd go fishing with Tucker. I mean, I don't care. I mean, that doesn't matter to me. The question is his principles and the things that he says. I think that Tucker, I gave a speech right before TPUSA at Heritage Foundation where I pointed out that Tucker is not an advocate for conservatism in any way that I can identify conservatism. He's not in favor of a more limited government of checks and balances. He's come out in favor of feudalism fairly recently. He's not in favor of traditional institutions. He seems to think that they have lost their way. He's in favor of what appears to me a sort of horseshoe theory, Noam Chomsky foreign policy, where America is always the bad actor in the world. And so I think
I read my Chomsky back in the day.
Yeah,
you would not be surprised.
And I think that you know when the biggest thing that Tucker engages in, I mentioned the just asking questions, which he's very fond of, is, and this is something again that is a both sides problem, and that is a general conspiracism about the world. The worst thing happening in our politics is a grievance-based politics that is being set up by actors on both sides, which basically says the failures in your life are generally speaking not your fault. You have no responsibility for them, and you need to shift the burden of your own responsibility over to systems. And so the systems could be the free market is responsible for your failures, or the system.
I mean, to some degree, both of these things can be true. It's just the problem is that like people essentially. And I mean, hell, Ben even did it earlier in this conversation, which is hilarious that he lacks the self-awareness with regards to this, where he blamed porn for a bunch of problems that young men are having today, when no, there's a whole bunch of aspects of the issues that young men are having. And it's not like porn, you know? A 4-hour stream with 5% retention will perform worse than a 30-minute stream with 60% retention. Length is not a substitute. Goddamn, all this stuff is... Okay, well, whatever.
Of history are responsible for your failures. And listen, there are real conspiracies out there. They exist and usually can provide evidence for them. That's the difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. But if your theory,
it's both sides, but Dems are a little more bad, so weird. Yeah, that's basically what he thinks. It's never actually both sides, though. It's both sides, but Dems. Yeah, that's what he believes. Yeah, which is the problem. Oh yeah, I definitely need to get a both sides emoji. I don't know if Loner has one, but I need to get one.
Going theory is that the reason that you are lacking in life is because the most successful people in your society have rigged the system on their own behalf, and therefore they must be brought low in order for you to succeed. First, you need to show me that that's actually evidentiarily the case. You can't just make that claim.
Also, by the way, like, we could make this, like, that's the other problem, too, is it doesn't need to be about people. I understand that systems are made up of people, but this idea that we need to demonize the billionaires and blame all of society's problems on them, and therefore they need to be punished, is a very silly, sort of childish black and white notion that just doesn't, like, work, you know? Like, there are better ways to say that, hey, you know, the top 1% should pay more in taxes. You don't need to make that argument by being a fucking crazy person and talking about how billionaires shouldn't exist, or you have a moral opposition to billionaires. 50-50 or 6-7.
And then abdicate all responsibility for doing the right things in your own life. And the number one message that I constantly am trying to, give to what I would now call young people, since, I'm of the older generation now. And exactly. Is get off your ass and do the thing.
I mean, yeah, you do have to, yeah, sure, you can limit their power. I'm not against that, but that's different than, like, saying that they shouldn't exist, or saying that they are the source of all society's problems. Like, I don't really think that, like, it's also kind of ridiculous to lump Elon Musk in with every other billionaire as well, too. Like, we should judge people on an individual basis. Elon Musk is bad, but Elon Musk isn't necessarily bad because he is a billionaire or by virtue of being a billionaire. He's bad because he's like a fucking child who got super triggered by people being mean to him on Twitter. And then on top of that, he happened to have a whole bunch of money that he was willing to use for bad. But like, it just seems like he's just not a good person. And I don't know that him having tons of money has really anything to do with that. It's just him having tons of money enables him to show us how terrible of a person he is.
People complain, I can't get married. It's just so hard to get married, and no one can get married these days. Bullshit. I'm sorry, that's not true. You absolutely can find someone, and you absolutely can get married. Your grandparents were way poorer than you, and they got married and they had more kids. Hey, this is just nonsense. You are the richest, most privileged people in the history of the world living in the United States today, just relatively speaking. Doesn't mean everything.
We may just have to disagree. The Supreme Court is what it is because of that class of people. I mean, like, maybe, Pat, like, I don't know, like, I guess it depends on how you weigh it. Obviously, rich people are going to advocate for themselves. My problem with the whole everything is the fault of billionaires argument is that it oversimplifies a series of complicated issues that society faces, and it makes it seem like, oh, all of society's problems would be solved if we just got rid of the billionaires. It's much like the same way that, like, leftists blame everything on capitalism. In fact, this is actually just part of that. It's like because they have a moral opposition to the existence of billionaires or to certain people being able to make that much money, as if money is a finite resource, as if like there can only be so much money in the world, which I'm pretty sure is not the case. Like, it's not like it's not like other people can't, like, I don't know. The Federalist Society. Yeah, I agree the Federalist Society has done so much damage, but the Federalist Society are conservatives. And that is what I would blame first. I would say the conservative class has done a lot of damage. Because, like, it's not like every billionaire is a conservative. Oh no, I don't think money is infinite, but like, yeah, sure it might be. I mean, I don't know about that. Also, there aren't even that many billionaires, really. You know what? I think if anything, billionaires are have proven one thing, that they are one thing above all else, and that is cowards, because that they were unwilling to stand up to Donald Trump, and they basically bent over and gave him his lawsuits instead of fighting back. Yeah, I know it was a billionaire who launched JD Vance. What about is Mark Cuban a billionaire? Isn't he doing good shit? I mean, I would argue that, like, at least for a certain period of time, like, if Elon Musk had just kept doing SpaceX and fucking Tesla shit and had, like, not gotten triggered in politics, then, like, he'd probably be fine. Or, like, he'd at least be, like, more okay. But unfortunately, he got into politics and he got, like, fucking brain broken by the fact that one of his kids is trans, and people were super mean to him on Twitter because he is a child. But, like, let's not say that, like, every single billionaire, Warren Buffett doesn't seem like a bad dude. No, Fellrunner, I'm not describing no, Pat is arguing with me. He seems to think that that billionaires are like bad or whatever, like as like a moral metric, which I don't think is really true. Or like I think that that's a oversimplification of society's problems. It's like blaming the insurance companies for all the problems that the US healthcare system has. There's like a whole bunch of other issues with regards to that. It's not just the insurance companies. Hospitals also are also like fucking around with shit. Like if you even want to say, like, I'm not even necessarily opposed to saying it's the for-profit incentive, but if Cuban were actually a decent person, the Luca trade wouldn't have happened. Buffett's capital gains ideas are based, but he can't do it alone. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, like, a while ago, I would have said that Bill Gates isn't necessarily a bad dude because of all the shit that he's done with his foundation and stuff and all the money that he's given the philanthropy. But now, like, obviously, I think he cucked out to Trump. Like, so many of these people have cucked out to Trump. Which I think that makes them cowards more so than bad people. And it's obviously like, it's kind of ridiculous because a lot of them have like a shitload of money. He was the progenitor of the argument that he pays 15%, his secretary paid 30%, and it's backwards. Wait, so what? He pays 30%? I mean, yeah, it's Boz. Of course he's probably in the Epstein files. Although I would hope that like people aren't gonna say that that like all the billionaires or whatever are like pedos or some shit. His wife left him over his ties with Epstein. Ah. Capital gains is/was 15%. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like he recognizes that Warren Buffett recognized that he needs to pay more. That like he should be paying more in taxes, which I think is good. But all I'm saying is let's not like oversimplify things by like doing this insane populist shit and saying that like everything is the fault of X group or everything is the fault of insert my pet political issue here. Cause that, yeah, like that can just be cancer. Yes, oh no, Bots, I agree. His operating system is trash, although that's not all on him. In fact, I would argue that it probably got worse after he left. Do y'all remember fucking Steve Ballmer and like Windows Vista? I don't even think I don't think that Bill Gates was in charge when Windows Vista came out. I think that he'd left by that point. Not that it matters. Like, yeah, of course, like Microsoft has done like a whole bunch of like bad shit. But you know what? Unfortunately, a lot of that is capitalism, and that's why you got to regulate it. That's why Europe did stuff like regulating so that Microsoft couldn't like bundle just Internet Explorer in with their operating system in order to increase their market share. Essentialized billionaires as bad people, I think it's probably the systems that allowed them to consolidate wealth like that. I mean, yeah, I think that that's a better argument to make, but that's not what populist people make. Populist people instead just argue that like the existence of billionaires is like an immorality within society, and that like they're all bad people or something, and that they're all like evil demons. But yeah, it's not that simple. Why do we not regulate them? Who pushes for it? I mean, I don't think that it's as simple as that because they lobby to not get regulated, therefore they don't get regulated. I think it also has a lot to do with like ideology, like ideological pushback. You know, like all these ideas about the American dream and capitalism, and one day you'll make it, and you know, like all the poor people are temporarily embarrassed millionaires or whatever, and how they don't You know, I think it's kind of silly to assume that like people don't genuinely believe this, or people who are not billionaires don't genuinely hold these beliefs about how like the government is too big and tax and spend liberal Democrats are bad, or like this sort of fiscal conservative stuff. So wait, Pat, are you saying that because that like because that like rich people fund think tanks or whatever, this means that like they're responsible for all of society's ills? Do you think there are no rich people that fund liberal think tanks? Because there are. Yes, Con Radical, we are arguing. I feel like if I push back against populism too much, or I attempt to like appeal to any kind of nuance, then I'm gonna get like pushback from chat. 30% of Americans think the planet is 5,000 years old. Yeah, that's religious brain rot. That's got nothing to do with like fucking with like rich people. That's religious brain rot. Some of these religious people are who really push this brain rot are rich, sure, but that is still religious brain rot at the end of the day. And like I don't know what you think that like if what now also nowadays like you don't need to be a rich person in order to be able to like push that kind of messaging. And like you know, it overlaps in terms of support. Sure, but like I said, do you think that there are no rich people who fund the think tank, who fund like liberal think tanks? Because obviously there are. It's not like there's no fundraising on the left. It's not like there are no rich people on the left who are willing to give to these kinds of causes. Because otherwise the Democrats wouldn't have any money. And obviously, yeah, they do, and they can fundraise for that kind of thing. Sure, yeah, I know prosperity gospel is a thing, but prosperity gospel doesn't make up the entirety of the insane religious right. By the way, I think that shit should be regulated, because those people are just scammers. Like that shit, it's crazy that all that stuff is legal. If the ratio is 65 of them and 35 of us, I don't even know if that's true. That's the problem. And also I feel like if that was true, it is kind of a bit silly because like the left has like the left, America has moved left culturally. And if like this much of the right controlled that much, like I don't really think that really fits, you know. I feel like it's more complicated than that, because like the left like controlled a lot of cultural institutions for a while, like stuff like Hollywood. Like hell, Hollywood is like very liberal, and Hollywood is like full of like crazy rich people. Not necessarily right economically. It really depends on who you're talking to. Like, I don't think that Hollywood is right, or like Hollywood tends to vote like for Democrats and whatnot. And a lot of people who work in Hollywood live in California, and California is a very blue state. The Clinton era economic pivot never went away. I guess it depends on what you mean by the economic pivot, Pat, because like we might just disagree here. Like I don't know, if you consider yourself to be like, if you're a socialist or a communist or whatever, then then like, yeah, maybe you might be right, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I don't know. You know, like I want like good welfare policies, and like for people who are less fortunate to receive welfare, and like a public option for healthcare, and like I think that rich people should pay higher taxes, but they don't need to pay 90% taxes or whatever. Although I understand that's not how marginal tax rates work, but like and I think that and when I say they should pay higher taxes, I also think they should pay higher taxes because that there's something specific that the government wants to fund that they need to be taxed for. And yeah, we lean too much into offshoring and union busting. I think it's fair about the union busting. The offshoring thing, unfortunately, I mean, that made everything cheaper. And I don't really know like what it is that you can do about that. Because if you brought back all those jobs, then like there's going to be a bunch of shit that's going to get more expensive, and you can't really do that. It doesn't really work. Now however, America could certainly build up its manufacturing base like for like defense shit, and that would create a bunch of jobs, which would be great. The right is also just socially conservative. Cali, like Massachusetts, has way different Republicans. Like they're fiscal conservatives, but socially liberal. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Yeah, I know the shipbuilding industry is really painful. The shipbuilding, yeah, you could bring back the shipbuilding industry though, for like to build more Navy ships. Like that's something that could potentially be done. You could build up that manufacturing base, but you're not going to do it for consumer goods because that'll make all that shit more expensive. And people, and like that's not good for your economy. Like you can't build everything in America. It's not necessarily bad to like for certain things to be built overseas. But like, yeah, like if you want to create more jobs or whatever, the military stuff isn't necessary. But I don't even know what you're arguing for at this point, you know? Also, my interests are not like super, like a lot of this, I'm just kind of, I have a, my general metric for like looking at things throughout the world is generally to like, to look at things and say like, and to not like blame one particular thing unless it's fairly obvious that that thing is the cause for for like a problem that seems like it's probably complicated or for something that I might not fully 100% understand. Cause I feel like that's kind of just, you know, I don't care about everything being built here, but you need some resilience. Yeah, that's entirely fair. I wish we could buy frigates from the Japanese right now, for instance. Yeah, like, okay, if you wanted to do that, then that's fine. But no, I think it's fair, like, for example, for America to want to build like some like, you know, defense shit in the United States again. But yeah, like I think that's different than like the whole let's bring back all the manufacturing or whatever, because I don't think that's gonna happen. The Japanese are patriotic Americans. I'm sure that the Japanese built great ships. I mean, they must have great ships, given that the United States is literally getting one of their carrier strike groups to take the place of an American one, so that American one can go to the Middle East right now. So I'm assuming that that particular carrier strike group can be relied upon, although maybe not. Telling voters it's complicated, but vote for us has not worked. I'm not necessarily saying that you need to tell voters that. I'm saying that your message should not lean so hard into retarded populism that that like the result is going to be once you get into office, you're not actually able to fucking fix anything because that you spent the entire time talking about how you were going to fix everything because everything is like the fault of the billionaires or the system or the elites or whatever, fucking insert your scapegoat here, instead of actually like being more honest about it. And I think that you can push, like, I'm not saying the answer, you shouldn't say it's complicated. You should like talk about what the actual issues are. Or if instead of doing that, like just like present like some policies or whatever, or have some like catchy slogans. But like I feel like you can make the argument about why taxes are a good thing and paying more in taxes is a good thing without like being all like it's all the evil billionaires' fault and they've corrupted our society and billionaires shouldn't exist because it's bad, or it's all capitalism or all this other shit, you know? Like I don't think that you need to do that. Or like acting like rich people are evil and therefore they need to be taxed. Like taxation is some sort of a punishment that needs to be inflicted on these people, instead of the fact that if they pay taxes, then it will help to improve society, which I think is a much better argument that you can make. You know, like you don't need to like do this weird scapegoat populist bullshit. Because then all you're doing is you're setting people's expectations. Like that's what Trump did. Trump set people's expectations by making a bunch of insanely stupid promises about how he was just going to fix this or fix that, and then blaming all of it on like one particular group of people, which was really dumb. And now he's floundering because he can't actually do any of those things. And instead, the stuff that he can do is just like the easiest shit that he can manage to do. Like Trump like blames like a bunch of the country's problems on immigrants. And if he doesn't do it, then other people around him do it. And he basically agrees with them. because those are his scapegoats. Yeah, I know it works, but that's the issue. The issue is that it doesn't work once he gets into office, because then he can't actually do any of it. Like, if you want to, like, have rhetoric like that, but you do so in a responsible fashion, and then, like, your policy platform is actually full of sensible policies, then that'd be one thing. But more often than not, I don't necessarily see that being the case. I see, like, populist parties putting out, like, ridiculous populist, like, garbage policy platforms. And I just don't like populism, because populism is an oversimplification of all the problems that we face that just says everything is the fault of the evil elites. And it's just really stupid. And it just makes people feel better, because it makes them think that there are easy solutions to problems that are actually more complicated than that. Like, American healthcare is, like, the problems in American healthcare are, like, there's a whole bunch of different things that contribute to why healthcare is so expensive. And it's not just because the insurance companies are greedy. You know, like, it's like crazy. And, like, I think the argument there should be, like, a public option, because a lot of Americans like their health care. Yes, that's the ideal, but the moderates never acknowledge it outside of dismissal. I mean, the moderates have acknowledged affordability as an issue, and they campaign on it, and that seems to be successful. And I think that that's a good way of doing it. But, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I will be dismissive of this idea that the root of all of society's issues are the billionaires. Yeah, I know conservatives will always call you a commie, but that doesn't mean you need to be a commie. Although I'm sure that's not what you're saying. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much of a leftist you are. But you don't need to, like, you don't need to start identifying as a socialist or saying I am a socialist or whatever, and then, like, start pushing for insanely far left policies. All I'm saying is trust busting is based. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think that, like, fucking corporations should like, I don't agree with stuff like Disney buying Marvel or Disney buying Lucasfilm. In fact, I think Disney has, with the exception of Andor, I feel like Disney has kind of ruined Star Wars, because they bought it and now they're, like, making 5,000 fucking spin-offs. I think syncretism and populism kind of pop up when nationalism. Yeah, I agree. Rogue One is good, but Rogue One is good. Yeah, Rogue One's good. Rogue One / Andor. Although I thought Rogue One was better on second watch after I had watched Andor. Like, Andor added a lot of stuff to Rogue One that made it a lot better, at least for me. I think syncretism and populism kind of pop up when nationalism and the perception of fascism are on the up. I think it's reactionary tendency of people to oversimplify the problem. Well, yeah, I know, right? Like, and I mean, I don't know, to a certain extent, the problem is, like, I would have to look into this further too, like, some of this stuff, because, like, economics is a whole other thing that I don't, like, I have, like, a sort of very kind of surface level understanding of. Like, the concept of the vibe session is an interesting thing, but a lot of people get dismissive of that if you mention that to them. Which is the other problem, right? So you can't argue, you can't, like, just go to the voters and tell them that they're wrong, even if they are, because that's not going to get you elected, which is kind of like a shitty thing, right? Like, I don't know what it is that you're supposed to do if like young people, or if people have this perception that the economy sucks, but the economy, like, objectively doesn't actually suck by any of the metrics, but people still think that it does because that's what all the media that they consume tells them. And yeah. People say Disney ruined Star Wars because they put out a lot of content, as if Star Wars wasn't a content mill before Disney bought it. I mean, like, I don't know if it was to the same extent. Because now it's like, since they bought it, it feels like it's just been, like, left and right tons of new shit, you know? Which is kind of a bit ridiculous. Like, I don't think, like, I think most of the content that was being put out prior to that was wasn't it like books and stuff, which I would consider to be a little bit different, because that's the kind of thing that basically hardcore fans are going to seek out, but not necessarily the general public. It's not yeah. Someone hasn't seen the Ewok movie. No, I haven't, but that's not, I'm saying that there was less content. Economics are treated as a religion by some people, sadly. Yeah, I know. I know that economics is fluid. Counterexample, the prequels. Yeah, but the prequels sucked. Which I don't know. I have no idea if people here are gonna disagree with me or not. Because I don't know how old you are, and I find that SDA is a crowning example of this. Although I swear to God, I feel like at least some of it is. I feel like he's memeing at least to some degree. But I think that um, I think that whatever your favorite Star Wars is depends on which one you grew up watching, basically. And if you're a Zoomer and you grew up watching the prequels and those were your movies, then you're probably going to think that they were better. But I thought that the prequels were garbage. And I'm an original trilogy person because that's really the one that I grew up watching. Although some of the prequels were I was like I was in school when the prequel, or I was in like, I think it was either elementary school. I think like the Phantom Menace came out in like 2001. So I was still a kid then. But the issue, and like when I was a little kid, I thought the Phantom Menace was great, but like it just didn't stick with me. And I never actually went to see the second one in the theater, and I only watched Revenge of the Sith way later. And like I didn't think either of them were, or like I thought Revenge of the Sith was all right, but I didn't think that either of them were like nearly anywhere as good as the original trilogy, which I saw when I was a very little kid. Oh, the Phantom Menace came out in 1999. Yeah. Yeah, like I was a kid then, but I just never, I don't know, like the original trilogy, because I saw that when I was a little kid. And that was something, and like I owned a video cassette tape of like the of like the special edition version of it or whatever that my mom bought for us. That was the one that I really grew up watching and watched like 10,000 times on VHS, you know? And so that was the one that I liked. And I think a lot of that just has to do with childhood nostalgia. It's just whichever one you like watched to death when you were a little kid is probably the one that you're going to look back on and say was better. I also think that the prequels are just, I don't know, I just think they're better films. Because George Lucas can't write dialogue. Or the prequels, the original trilogy, rather. Jesus, that's a colossal misspeak. And Empire Strikes Back has like one of the greatest plot twists in movie history. And I still remember the moment when I first watched that, when I was like very, very little. And stuff like that. I got a lot of fond memories of all this nerdy stuff, you know? Just in terms of alleviate, oh, Conradical, what are you saying? Yes, it's unfortunate. I'm more to the left, but I don't put much stock in the government or the market to fix these problems. So imprecise, I think negative utilitarianism is more pragmatic, just in terms of alleviating suffering. Because I think people can more easily wrap their heads around it instead of some weird qualia like human happiness. Oh, yeah. Well, I think saying like you want to alleviate suffering is probably better than that was something that was told of me as well too. Yeah, the Battle of Hoth was really good. Empire Strikes Back is the best Star Wars movie, I think, but that's like a really cold take. Went on to Star Wars. I still haven't seen the new ones, like with Ren. Don't bother. Those movies are fucking awful. You're not missing anything. They're literally just, it's like somebody wrote a fanfic of Star Wars, and it's basically just a repeat of the original trilogy, essentially. Because the people who wrote it couldn't escape the rebellion versus empire paradigm in order to tell a far more interesting story about what the galaxy looks like after the fall of the Galactic Empire, and how people like have to like put things back together again, which I always find those stories to be incredibly interesting. Like both those kinds of stories in history, which is the best place to steal from if you're going to tell a story like that, and just like stories about that sort of thing in general, like kind of like the aftermath. What happens after you beat the evil empire? You know, like now what are you going to do? Or what happens after the evil empire falls and the people who live in that you know, like, yeah, like what does the aftermath of that look like? And I'm sure that in the expanded universe books, like I hear that they tell that there's a lot of really interesting exploration of that kind of shit, and they could have done that. They literally could have done that in the fucking sequel trilogy, but instead they were just like, nah, fuck it, we're just gonna retell the rebellion versus empire story because we're lazy. And yeah, It just, I don't know. And they seemed really like eager to subvert expectations to the point where basically it stopped making any sense. And it was just stupid. I didn't even see the last movie. I just heard things about it. But I thought like the second one was not good. And yeah, they brought back Palpatine in Fortnite. Oh yeah, I saw that. That was funny. Darth Vader is also in Fortnite. I saw some really funny shit come out of that. Anyway, you guys, I think it's time for me to go. I'm gonna go have dinner and hopefully try to continue doing some of this editing stuff. Or I'm just gonna say fuck it and upload the video as is. I don't know. But I know that you want me to upload the doobie thing from yesterday too, so I will do that. The last one they had Rey and the other guy team up. Yeah. No, they announced Palpatine's character was back in Fortnite. That's the canon. Wait, really? Oh, okay. That's, yeah, I don't know. That's silly. There's so much dumb shit that I guess that's what happens when you do like marketing stuff or too much marketing stuff. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, George didn't exactly plan for Luke to be Vader's son. I mean, that's what I've heard. I have heard that obviously he now claims that that was his idea, but I've heard that it wasn't even his idea. That wasn't something that he personally came up with. But I don't know. We'll never know. I think maybe in the early drafts there may have been something about that being the case, but regardless, the fact that the Empire Strikes Back script was written not by George Lucas makes it like a way better movie. Same with Return of the Jedi. Did y'all talk about Trump's flirting with the Insurrection Act? He said 48% of presidents invoked it. I think it's been 2 or 3. Oh, yeah, I've seen him flirting with the Insurrection Act. Yeah, that's crazy. I really hope that he doesn't do that, but you know what? Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows if he will or not? I feel like it's unjustified. I would hope that like if he tried to do it, it would get struck down. But yeah. It's called the George Lucas Talk Show. What was the talk show site? Wait, can I recommend something quickly to you guys? I like recommending this. There's an insane YouTube comedy show I like. It's a guy pretending to be George Lucas hosting a talk show with actual famous guests. It's called the George Lucas Talk Show. Watto is the talk show sidekick. Oh, that seems like it might be funny. Y'all should go check that out if you are interested. Anyhow, yeah, I will talk to you. I will see you guys later. Maybe tomorrow. Probably tomorrow because tomorrow's Saturday. Potentially. Or maybe not. I don't know. I've gotten a lot of streaming done this week though. And I'm still trying to figure out what my time slot's going to be. If Loner is back next week, then I'll probably try to go back to some evening streams, but we'll see. Anyhow, have a good one, guys. Bye. Or